Morena, everybody, and welcome to the third day of this week on the EIT chapter. Can I just start with the necessary health and safety that instruction that if we have any emergency or earthquake, fire, or anything, exits are out the back door, as are the facilities out the front. Meeting point is at the Spates Ale House. Otherwise, if I can just ask everybody to check that their phones are off. And we're underway with Carmen Taylor from Ravenstown. Thank you.
Morning. Today I'm just going to briefly go over key points in my evidence in section 7, so starting at page 24. I'm only covering two matters, policy EIT EMP5 and a smaller matter in relation to a method in the transport provisions. So in relation to policy EMP5, it's paragraph 7.2 there, I state as notified the intent of the policy is to avoid the development of non-renewable generation in the region and to also facilitate the replacement of non-renewable energy generation. Ravensdown in its submission acknowledged that reducing non-renewable energy as a means of minimising greenhouse gas contributions is important. At paragraph 7.4, Ravensdown submission supported the aim of the policy in relation to reducing and minimising greenhouse gases from non-renewable energy generation. However, based on experience, an example which I'll talk about later, stated that the complete avoidance of non-renewable generation and thus potential prohibited activity status may not always be practicable or feasible. Paragraph 7.4, the example I've outlined there, so I've been advised by the Dunedin Works, is that Ravensdown use heat waste, which is a form of renewable energy, as part of its sulfuric acid plant operations at the Dunedin Works. To start this plant, diesel is currently used as a fuel source. Although other fuel sources are continually being assessed by Ravensdown, to date no alternatives to diesel have been identified that meet the startup requirements at the acid plant. I'll just also note that the rest of the site's electricity needs are met by transmission, electricity transmission, like generation on site. For that reason, the submission sought the removal of the replacement of the void with restricted development of non-renewable energy, also included where practicable, but I'll come back to that. Ravensdown submission was rejected because the recommending officer considered that a strong direction to assist in achieving a move towards net zero carbon emissions by 2050, as set out in the objectives of the regional policy statement, were required. While I agree, and at paragraph 7.8 now, while I agree that non-renewable energy generation may be desirable and needed, I remain of the opinion that in the context of the policy, use of the word avoid is inappropriate. You've heard the outline in the rest of that paragraph many times, so I won't repeat it. I also note at paragraph 7.9 that the objectives for this section of the RPS set an outcome in relation to renewable and non-renewable energy generation, which is to reduce and minimise greenhouse gas emissions. To me, the terminology used in these objectives does not accommodate a resource management approach that requires the absolute avoidance of the development of non-renewable energy generation. I also note in paragraph 7.5 the reference to the net zero carbon by 2050 objective has been removed as a recommendation of the reporting officer, so it's no longer in the RPS. And for this reason, I just request at paragraph 7.11 one change, removing the void and replacing with restrict. It still places a strong direction for non-renewable energy generation, but not an absolute. Happy to take questions on that one before I move on to the next one, or do you want me to do it all at once?
No, I think do it all at once.
Okay. In terms of the transport provisions, I outline through these paragraphs that Ravensdown has the Ravensbourne Wharf, which is owned by Port Otago. It's leased to Ravensdown for their use. Through submissions on the commercial port activity and related policies and methods, we requested the inclusion of the Ravensbourne Wharf in the descriptor that was included in a lot of those provisions, alongside Dunedin and Port Chalmers. Through pre-hearing meetings, Mr. Langman in his supplementary report recommended a change to the commercial port activity, which brought in the reference to Ravensbourne Wharf in the definition and amended all the other provisions, so there was no specificity in the provisions. My evidence just notes that in method, Tran M8, we've missed one. We've got specificity in there that's not needed because of the amended definition. So that's at paragraph 721. That's it.
So that's subclause 6, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Page 28 I've got.
Right. Okay, thank you. You're all right for questions now?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Just one question in relation to EMP5. And I suppose it's just around your suggested wording of restrict. There's no sort of guidance there as to when it would be appropriate, I suppose, through that. And I suppose, do you think that's going to cut it? And you know, I totally understand the position that Ravensdown uses diesel to set up what is otherwise a renewable energy process. But is it, you know, is it a situation where, and I do sort of hesitate to say this, you know, an avoid where practicable, where possible, or something like that, maybe a, you know, it sends the message, but where it's not practicable, such as in cases like Ravensdown has, there would be a pathway provided. I'm just wondering whether your suggestion of restrict.
It's too open.
Well, yeah, it is. It
Yeah,
is
no, I'm comfortable with alternative wording that provides a pathway. So I'll avoid where practicable, or otherwise minimise.
Yeah, yeah. And
It's the absolute avoid I have an issue with.
Yeah, no, that's, you've made it very clear in your evidence. So, no, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. In relation to that point, because we heard from Aurora yesterday around their power supply into Glenorchy, and they have a backup diesel generator because they have one line going there. If something goes wrong in that area, it quite often does.
Yeah,
they need to use a generator. I'm just wondering, you know, I think I may have referred to your proposed amendment and credited it to Fonterra, but I know that you've done with Fonterra, and I think, are they probably similar in a way that they have backup diesel? A lot of those big industrial plants probably have backup diesel generators when things go wrong, or?
I'm unsure. I have never asked that question, but I imagine lots of hospitals have backup generators, so for the power supply issue. Cyclone Gabrielle was an example of where generators became in demand.
Yeah. You know, I guess when you refer to the carbon emissions target for the chair's going to summarise a 300 report for us on that particular document. It doesn't mean that you can't admit carbon. It means you have to offset it by other means. So it would, I guess there are instances where we just have to.
And requiring a change of direction and behaviour.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think what Bianca has proposed is probably quite a good way forward with that. So you're quite comfortable with that sort of approach? Yeah. The only other question was for the commercial port activity in that definition. Mark's accepted your comment anyway, but I was just wondering, means commercial shipping operations associated with the Otago Harbour and the activities carried out. I wondered whether that first bit probably caught that wharf anyway. And the reason I asked that is to your experience in that harbour, are there any other wharfs in a similar position to Ravensdown?
No.
So is that the only one sort of outside the
They're
actual
vulnerable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now other wharfs like Wellers Rock Wharf, not for commercial port activities so much.
Yeah.
I suppose my issue is it talks about commercial shipping operations with Otago Harbour. If it stopped there, that would be fine, but then it went on, including at the ports of Port Chalmers and Dunedin. So the reason I wanted the reference to the Ravensbourne is because of their specificity.
Yeah. Well, that's an interesting point though that you raised with Wellers Point, because it's probably more of a recreational
Yeah, it is. Not
use, so it doesn't really relate to commercial
Yeah.
port activity, I guess. And how are those things provided for in the plan? Yeah, policy statement.
I haven't looked, to be
Yeah,
honest.
not so. Okay, thank you.
You're the only players on Ravensbourne Wharf, right?
Yeah, it's an
So is it
exclusive
set up,
lease.
is it set up just for you? I mean, could anybody else come and use it if they wanted to? And what would need to be done to enable them to do so?
So the lease arrangement is exclusive with Port Otago. Port Otago own the infrastructure. Obviously, that lease could be changed
Okay,
at any time. And there would have to be changes possibly to, like there's gates at the top of the wharf. So
I mean, if there
people
were a
can't wander on.
structural upgrading needed to be done or changes, they could easily be done.
As I understand it, the port are currently working on some upgrades to that wharf anyway, replacing some of the piles and fixing the
Yeah, I don't know
dolphins.
the port at all.
Yeah.
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 So what was it set up for originally, do you know?
I would say it was probably for the works because it's
Okay.
been there for a long time.
So it's always been a works wharf, as it were.
Yes, as far as I'm
That
aware.
was what I was trying
Yeah.
to get at, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
How long's the work's been there?
like
probably-
1800s, I think.
Okay.
Again, I had it in here evidence.
And just so as I understand this correctly, I mean, your submission earlier on was looking for a number of amendments, right? And what I heard you say was that in conversation with Mr. Langman, subsequently, council has accepted at least Ravensbourne being added to the list.
Yeah, so through supplementary evidence, the solution was to amend the definition.
Yeah.
And as a consequence to the amended definition, change the other permissions to remove the specificity that referred to Port Chalmers and Dunedin.
Okay.
The clarity required around the definition was that commercial shipping operations associated with Ravensdown was just the wharf. It wasn't the land-based operations of the Dunedin works. There was a need to distinguish between the two.
Thanks for clarifying with me. Okay, thanks very much.
I'm just intrigued at paragraph 7.5 when you're talking about the source of heat being waste. What sort of waste are we talking about?
So it's waste heat. As I understand it, it's from the acid plant itself, from the and it's directed to, yeah. Sorry, I should have brought someone from the works who can answer your question.
That's right. because the next question really was, I take it the diesel is just required to kickstart.
It's
get
just
up
for
to it,
startup, it's
just
not
to
for
get to a
continual
certain
operation. Yeah, yeah.
And then the waste takes over.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost de minimis, isn't it?
it is.
And yeah, just in terms of that Supreme Court approach, you know, de minimis wasn't really well, they made a passing reference that wasn't trapped by the avoid word, but
Clarity
But I
and
think
provisions
that-
is always useful.
yeah, I think being Sullivan's suggestion is Sullivan merit. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
People on the list, Araputa, sorry. And your counsel is fallen ill.
She has, unfortunately.
Thank you.
It's Miss Murdoch, unfortunately, is ill. I do have copies of her legal submissions to provide to you if you.
I'm the only one who's in a difficult position because I've read them, but I left my copy of them, so I'm delighted to hear you say that.
And if you don't have questions about those legal submissions, Ms. Murdoch would be more than happy to provide a response in writing to you. Just to introduce the team here, Morris Dale, Planning with Boffin School, again, was assisting Alapo Tama. With me is Andrew Miller, Manager Resource Management, Alapo Tama, and down the end is Ruth Turner, also with Alapo Tama, who has produced a brief of evidence that you will see.
Now, were there matters that you were wanting to emphasise, or?
I'm happy to read out the summary of my evidence if you like, but if that's of no assistance, more than happy to just proceed straight to questions.
Look, I think just to set the scene for us, we've got so much reading and pre-read, but it's quite nice to have a refresher and get questions in your mind.
Sure, no problem.
That would be helpful.
Alapo Tama made a submission on proposed RPS seeking the inclusion of Otago Corrections Facility and community corrections activities in the definition of regionally significant infrastructure. In my view, the proposed RPS definition of regionally significant infrastructure is not constrained by the limited focus on connective or network infrastructure in the RMA definition of infrastructure, nor the National Planning Standards definition standard. The RMA definition of infrastructure has been commonly applied in much broader terms through the inclusion of additional defined terms in a range of national and regional planning documents. This includes by recognising social infrastructure such as schools, hospitals and prisons and regional policy statement definitions of regionally significant infrastructure or equivalent definitions. In my opinion, it is appropriate for the proposed RPS definition of regionally significant infrastructure to capture a broader range of social infrastructure where these provide significant regional benefits. In my view, doing otherwise would be at odds with the RMA's purpose to manage resources in a way that enables people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being and for their health and safety. Otago Corrections Facility and community corrections activities support societal functions at a regional level. They provide facilities and services which deliver critical social and cultural benefits for people and communities. Those benefits are significant and comparable to other facilities that are referenced in the proposed definition of regionally significant infrastructure, and in particular defence facilities. Identifying the prison and community corrections activities as regionally significant infrastructure, together with enabling provisions for their operation, development, upgrading and maintenance, would better support their protection and development to meet future corrections needs. while requiring the environmental effects of such development to be appropriately managed. In my view, defining Otago Corrections Facility and community corrections activity as regionally significant infrastructure would give effect to objectives EIT INF 04 and 05 of the proposed RPS. This change would be a more efficient, effective and appropriate way to achieve the relevant proposed RPS objectives under section 32 of the RMA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dale. And so as a team, I'll open it up for members without class questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I did have a couple of questions, and it was helpful in your evidence that you referred to what's happening with other policy statements around the country. But I wondered, you referred to Northland and Hawke's Bay, where you've got separate provisions for social infrastructure or a separate definition. And I presume having a separate definition for social infrastructure versus regionally significant infrastructure, that there's different provisions for the two. Can you recall how they vary or how they?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't dived into the specific provisions that apply to each of those planning documents. But what I would say is that just because, for example, a prison might be defined as social infrastructure, doesn't mean that it can't also be regionally significant infrastructure. Essentially, social infrastructure could be a subset of being regionally or even nationally significant infrastructure.
Yeah, and that's where I suppose I was interested as to whether, you know, how the two are treated and where the overlap is and where the social infrastructure sort of jumps into being regionally significant potentially. Yeah, for instances such as you provided. Other questions in here. I did note, I think it was in the Northland policy statement, regionally significant infrastructure definition in the appendix, that it referred to the corrections facility, and I presume that's you know, just the main prison. I was a little unclear, and I know from the evidence we received from Ms. Turner as well, which is talking about, I suppose, the prison and the community facilities as well. Are you proposing that all of those facilities be considered regionally significant, or just the sort of primary prison facility?
So both. So Otago Corrections Facility and community corrections activities. And community corrections activities are defined in the National Planning Standard. So there is a set standard definition of those. My evidence describes what those activities typically contain in terms of the sorts of functions they provide.
In terms of the sort of, and I suppose, given that regionally significant infrastructure has stronger provisions around reverse sensitivity and the like, including in the UFD chapter, is that going to cause some problems for some of those smaller facilities? Smaller community facilities? And I'm more kind of thinking sort of in a wider planning sense, if you're trying to manage those facilities in an urban area, got development occurring around.
So I'm not quite understanding the issue. So
I suppose I can see where you've got a large prison complex, and You've got, you know, part of it is trying to control development around the outside, reverse sensitivity issues and the like. But if you've got a number of smaller facilities within an urban area, is it going to put limitations on, possibly inappropriate limitations, or require considerations that may not be appropriate for an urban area for sort of, you know, say houses around
Sure.
locally within that area? Is it sort of bumping it up a level that maybe isn't justified in planning sense?
No, I don't believe so. It comes down to how each of the lower tier planning documents, so the district plans, for example, determine where the appropriate locations for community corrections activities should be. And typically, as I've said in my evidence, corrections looks to establish in commercial and industrial locations as opposed to residential, where issues of reverse sensitivity or incompatibility don't really exist. So,
Yeah. Okay. So those the list that Ms. Turner's provided, I think in her paragraph 6.2, they're largely within commercial or industrial areas.
correct, yeah. Certainly my experience working with corrections is that the facilities that I've had involvement in have been in commercial or industrial zones.
I think I'll just check if I have any other questions in there. No, I think that was all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you again, Mr. Dale. Bianca sort of touched on some of the issues that I was going to raise with you, but just when we look at the definition that's currently in the policy statement, it tends to focus, as you highlighted, on that physical servicing infrastructure that, when you look at it, most of it has a locational operational sort of constraint issue. So they just have to go where they have to go a lot of the time. And I'm wondering how that fits in terms of corrections facilities, given you're a designating authority, and what is the advantage really of you being in there? How would it assist? And when I think of a practical issue there, maybe Melbourne, because it's probably on, well, we've discussed that area previously, it's probably class 2, 3, a highly productive school.
Class 2, I think.
Yeah. So is that the sort of driver for why you want that recognition?
It's partly, as I've said in my evidence, establishing corrections activities in any location can be very challenging, just because of adverse community perceptions of those facilities.
Yeah.
So having an enabling framework certainly would assist with that. The other thing that being regionally significant infrastructure would do is provide a degree of protection for those corrections activities from incompatible activities.
Yeah. You don't probably need that recognition though for that to be in a district plan though, do you? That can be provided, reverse sensitivity can be provided for all sorts of infrastructural reasons.
Certainly, district plans can put appropriate provision for managing those issues. But what I guess the benefit of having that recognition at the RPS level is that it's more directive and requires the district councils to actually do that.
Yeah. You sort of align your argument with, well, you've recognised defence facilities, which is probably a fair point. I'm trying to work out what I would have thought, though some defence facilities at least probably do have a locational constraint sort of management if you're talking about, well, the old historic ones were always on coastal points, but say the training grounds, etc., probably need to be in a certain sort of area where they run into probably biodiversity, landscape issues, I guess. They probably does set it apart slightly. And I'm wondering, those plans that you've dealt with, highlighted in your evidence, I think from memory only one of them has highlighted corrections facilities. Is that the Northland one?
Specifically, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Northland, yeah.
Yeah. What's the age of that RPS?
2016.
2016. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's relatively new. So I think you've said that this is kind of a new thing for you guys to actually promote. Yeah. Are there other RPS processes going on now where this has been raised?
No, this is the first one that I think we have actively sought to include corrections facilities in this definition that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
And there are no other processes underway nationally that I can think of that this has been requested.
In the 2GP that was just largely included here, how's corrections facilities recognised? In their list? I can't recall.
It's a good question. Trying to remember.
Because I think you make a fair point around social infrastructure. It kind of gets overlooked, and it used to be the old designation provisions used to cover a lot more than they do these days. So,
my recollection of the 2GP is that the 2GP process preceded the National Planning Standard, which introduced the definition of community corrections activity.
Yeah.
And I think from that, my memory in that process, we sought recognition for community corrections activities under the definition of community facility, and that was accepted
so
by.
that's how it's dealt with here. Yeah. Okay. You don't have a submission, I think, in relation to getting a definition for social infrastructure in here? I can't recall.
No, correct.
Okay, thank you for that. It was helpful.
Well, no. My issues are pretty much the same as the two previous commissioners, which is around what I think your submission is about. Right? So let me tell you what I think it is, and you can correct me if it's wrong. A fair focus is the Tarapotamas submission is around being included as a regionally significant infrastructure. So on that basis, I couldn't help thinking to myself, what does that mean for you? Why do they want to do that? They've been here all this time now, and suddenly there's this other thing that they require, they need to. And I've heard some of the explanation you've given already. But against the backdrop of yours being a reasonably unique organization, because you have the corrections facilities part of it, you have probation, rehabilitation, reintegration, which actually crosses a number of geographic boundaries, if I can put it that way. You don't have reintegration stuck out in the middle of a desert or whatever. That's a closely community bound thing, as I see it anyway. You're trying to get people back into the community. So where else would you do it but in a built up area and that kind of stuff? So against that backdrop, I'm still struggling a bit to understand why Tarapotamas would want to be recognised as a regionally significant infrastructure.
I suppose there's three things. So my view is that if infrastructure delivers significant social benefits for the community, then it deserves to have that recognition of being regionally significant, as would any other social infrastructure that could make the claim of being, providing those significant regional social benefits. The second thing I would say is that the benefit for Arapotama and having that recognition, firstly, is that it provides a more enabling framework for its activities, and recognising that locating corrections facilities can be very challenging, and given community perceptions of those. So having an enabling framework and a regional policy statement, which then flows through into district planning documents, will support the better provision for those activities. And the other thing that it will do is provide better protection of those activities from incompatible activities, such as residential activities establishing immediately around them.
But is that the sort of thing that the community would recognise, or is that largely for your own benefit? In other words, when people in the wider community look at the facility at Milton, for example, they say a prison. All right. Now, the thing that you're talking about, I suppose I'm still kind of wondering how that actually transmits into people's minds in the sense that I think you're describing them, so that they are recognised as a reasonably significant infrastructure.
I from the community's point of view, they probably wouldn't see it any different. They'll still just see it as a prison, as it is there. But the benefit for Arapotama is that in these sort of planning processes, it gives them the recognition that it requires to enable those activities, including their continued upgrading and development, and also protection of them from other activities.
Yeah, that was slightly a different angle from where I was coming at it from.
I could maybe add to that too. What we find generally with communities is that they absolutely do appreciate the things that you've mentioned, the reintegration, the rehabilitation, etc. They acknowledge that and appreciate it theoretically, but we suffer quite significantly from NIMBYism. So they appreciate rehabilitation, reintegration, but not if it's near them. So, in theory, communities will support those kind of things, but not if they have a perception that it will affect them on an individual or personal basis.
That's the sort of thing in my mind. Yeah. Good thing to have, but do it on someone else's patch.
Correct. And that means that we often have to shore ourselves up in planning regimes to address the NIMBYism that we're strongly affected by.
I understand it a bit more, because I wasn't looking at it from a planning point of view. I was putting myself in the shoes of the community and saying, what does this actually mean for me living in Milton, for example, or wherever? Yeah. These things are challenging for people living in communities. I understand that, because it's kind of how my mind works anyway. And if I was to boil it down to one of my foci on this panel is so what does this mean for Ngāi Māori communities in this rohe, in Otago? Is there anything about this that you can highlight for me that might be applicable in the mana whenua context?
We work quite closely with Ngāi Tahu, particularly in the housing space. So we're moving more towards from a model of historical incarceration as the first point of call to looking at alternative community forms of offence management, but also the rehabilitation, reintegration. And certainly there are discussions with Ngāi Tahu around partnering in some of those places. So growing the community housing space where some of those support services would come into play, both for prison people who've never been into prison, but you're kind of wanting to stop them getting to that point, but also people who have been churning through the prison system, coming in and out, and actually trying to be a circuit breaker so that some of that rehabilitation, i.e. what's the root cause of your offending, can be addressed. so we can stop or reduce that churn back in and out of the prison system. And certainly a key part of that approach is to partner with iwi across the country, because often some of those interventions are the best interventions for the people in our care.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any figures in my any numbers in my fingertips, but I mean, from my understanding is that the like the Maori rate of offending that people in our prison is pretty high.
Yes.
Right across the country, and I might, I'd be expecting an issue like this to be of real interest to Māori wherever they are. Often we sort of shove it to one side, pretend it's not there, and I'm guessing that the Ngaitahu approach, and I don't know, this is a wild guess on my part, but part of it would be to say, well, we don't really want to talk about it, but it could be a real issue for our local Māori population in the Otago Rohe. And so if that's the case, there's got to be some really important issues for Ngaitahu on things like where prisons are located, where reintegration happens, and all that sort of stuff. I mean, the marae-based rehabilitation, well, whatever it's called, there is a program where I forget the word, but I mean, you might know it better than I do, Mr. Chairman, but they try to reintegrate people at the marae level. They do it on the marae, and they're trying to sort of, I guess, finesse the need to have to do it through the Potama system or the wider government process. And that was part of why I asked the question, is that a part of your considerations here as well?
If you're talking sort of more about that residential supported reintegration type accommodation arrangement, that falls outside the definition of what is community corrections activity.
Well, there's both. I was thinking of both actually.
So that sort of residential integration, supported integration activities is from Potama's perspective more a residential activity as opposed to a community corrections activity. So it wouldn't be captured under this definition.
But it's certainly something that we advocate for very strongly at a district level. So we put in district plan submissions frequently around that exact issue. And certainly strategically, Arapatama's strategic plan, Pokarangi, actually turns its mind very significantly to reducing the Māori population in prisons and looking at alternative pathways, bearing in mind, however, that of course Arapatama is at the end of the justice sector pipeline. So a lot of those decisions taken by police and courts, we then deliver on. So it's around changing what we can do once those people are in our care, and also working very closely with our justice sector partners to actually change the upfront interventions that are going on by police and courts as well. Even to what do you do with people on bail, all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of work going on partnering with those organisations so that we can start to kind of turn that ship around, so to speak, and change the current lay of the land with regard to, Māori in our population, in our prison population.
Thank you very much, both of you. It's been very helpful.
Yeah, I think that what Ro Kirikiri was raising with you was that earlier intervention process through the courts and the way in which prosecutions are handled. And I'm trying to struggle as you challenge me for the name of that process, because I've been decades out of the criminal justice system, but I know that the district court judge has instituted a new system which you may have at your fingertips. I'm not sure in terms of the name of that process, but it's being trialled up north, and I'm not sure, has it started in Otago at all or not?
I'm not sure, sorry,
Right.
but I know exactly what you're talking about, and I can't remember the name of it either.
Yeah, I can't think of the name of it.
Okay. What is the situation in terms of Māori percentage population in the prison down here?
It's currently sitting around 53%.
Is it? Right.
So the total number has dropped because obviously our prison population has dropped, but as a proportion, it's sitting at 53.
Right. So 53%. Do you happen to know off the top of your head the percentage of Māori population in the Otago region?
Sorry.
It would be way under that.
Yes.
One of the reasons for that is we do try to, although it's very challenging, and bearing in mind in arrest evidence, the whole network of moving people around for a variety of reasons, but one of the starting points is to try wherever possible to keep prisoners close to their whānau. So that's pretty important for reintegration. If you're able to have people visiting you and continue to support you, you're more likely to succeed when you leave prison if you haven't kind of been alienated from them geographically. So that's certainly a starting point of corrections to try to maintain that, but there's a whole lot of other network reasons as to why we may not be able to. So you'll tend to find there'll be higher populations up in Northland or Auckland, for example.
Yeah. Just paragraph 6.2, this terms evidence. Can you just try and give me a picture of what those facilities look like? So the community correction centres at Stewart Street, at King Edward Street, at Weir Street, I don't want a detailed one, but what are we talking about? Are you talking about a set of officers where other staff are and people who are on some sort of custodial sentence are required to report? And is it that sort of situation? Or?
It's quite varied, and I won't talk to the individual sites,
No.
but some of them are what we call hubs. So they have a range of activities going on. It might be a base where they undertake community service. They come in, pick up the trailer and the van on a Saturday morning, head out to a local park, do some work. Others, or they might contain educational opportunities, learning how to be a mechanic, that kind of thing. So where those kind of activities are occurring, we'll tend to head towards more of an industrial zoning. Others are purely office-based, so they might just have a probation check-in facility. They might also have some psychological services, for example, where you can come in and get some support for whatever challenge you're facing. So if you've got all of those going on, we'll call that a hub. Some of these are very small. So for example, one I looked at the other day was going to be 2 rooms as part of a wider complex, and it would just purely provide the probation service part of it. It's a little bit horses for courses. In some of these smaller communities, it will really often just be 2 rooms in a wider office complex, and it's purely a kind of business activity. It's very office-based activity. But where you've got more of that training or more of that community service activity also going on, then it's a hub, and we'll tend to gravitate towards sites that will allow us to make a bit of noise if we're doing mechanics training, for example, and not affect adjoining activities. We hardly ever go into residential environments.
Right.
In fact, I can't think of one, and actually I can think of one, but it's where there's an anomaly in the zoning more than it doesn't look and smell like a residential zone, and it's kind of got some strange zoning going on. But yeah, generally we will take those off the table right from the get-go, those sites.
Mr. Dale, is another course rather than necessarily trying to, on my perception, trying to shoehorn in these lesser activities into a significant regional infrastructure code. Is another possibility to just try and have some sort of objectable policy that is identifying a social need for difficult facilities, whether it be defence, whether it be corrections, which enables, identifies the public benefit, really. Because it strikes me that your evidence, the legal submissions, they're all really saying, look, this is a big public benefit issue that needs to be addressed in a planning sense. But it then seems to me you try to shoehorn that into, an acknowledgement of some facilities that might struggle really be regarded as being regionally significant on their own as a combination, run that argument.
Yeah,
And it just seems to me it might be easier to just have a general sort of objective or policy framework that identifies that there are these difficult social aspects that need to be enabled in our society.
that certainly would be another way of doing it, and I think that could be appropriate so long as that objective policy structure is worded in such a way that it is enabling of those activities and protective of them. So essentially achieving the same ends to what would be done by including it in this definition of regionally significant infrastructure.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Expecting to be a wee bit later.
Good morning, Ms. Falk.
Good morning. Sorry for holding you up.
That's all right. You're here now. We've had a partial read, so at least we're partway through your submissions and reading tests. So that might assist you in terms of the way you present to us. Thank you.
Thank you. If I just note firstly that evidence has been filed on behalf of Queenstown Airport in relation to the provisions that the panel is dealing with today, and that's the evidence of Ms. O'Sullivan. Ms. O'Sullivan is it's planning evidence, unable to appear today, unfortunately. So I understand that the evidence has been pre-read in any case, so I don't propose to present a summary of it. I do note, however, that there is an appendix A, where she tracks some changes to the provisions that she recommends should be made. And there are just a few typographical errors in that. And if it would assist the panel, I can provide a corrected version just for clarity, I guess, if the panel would be happy to receive that.
Yes, indeed. If you could let Kate McKinley have that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. So bear in mind, you've read some of my submissions. Is there any particular place that you'd like me to start?
Okay. I think it's probably best if you commence probably at paragraph 30, because that's really where you start getting into a number of things.
Yes, okay, yes. So just to summarise what you've read, obviously Queenstown Airport is a significant infrastructure resource within the district and is recognised as regionally significant and nationally significant infrastructure under the proposed regional policy statement. QAC submitted on the proposed regional policy statement in support of the notified definition, and also further submitted in opposition to Christchurch Airport's proposed amendments to that definition, and its concern with those proposed amendments was that they would unduly broaden the definition and introduce a level of uncertainty and ambiguity, which might ultimately affect how RSI is dealt with by district councils and through other planning processes. And so I just would like to take you through from perhaps paragraph 24, just to be, because I think that's really the nub of the issue here with the Christchurch Airport's relief. It appears to be asking for the RSI, regionally significant infrastructure definition, to be amended in a way that provides for future but as yet unbuilt infrastructure. And I say it appears to do that because I'm not sure that the word it proposes actually does that. But in any case, that appears to be the intent of the submission, as has been explained through CIAL's evidence and legal submissions. And what I say at paragraph 25 is that this raises the interesting question of the point in time at which an airport infrastructure becomes regionally significant. And is it when the new airport is still in its conceptual and speculative stage, planning phase, on the basis that it intends to function as RSI, or must the airport first be established, physically established, and of proven regional significance and benefit in order to qualify as RSI? And at paragraph 26, I set out some further questions that arise if a potential speculative new airport is to be considered RSI. So paragraph 30, the regional policy statement policy framework for RSI expresses a preference for existing and established infrastructure. For example, policy objective 5 requires the development of nationally significant infrastructure and regionally significant infrastructure to minimise adverse environmental effects and increase efficiency in the delivery, operation, and use of infrastructure. And in order to increase something, it must first exist. Policy 11 allows for the operation and maintenance of existing nationally significant and regionally significant infrastructure. Explanatory note 2 confirms that the intent of the infrastructure policies is to ensure that infrastructure is used efficiently and that the benefits of nationally and regionally significant infrastructure are maximised. Sorry, that's of existing nationally and regionally significant infrastructure. The definition of RSI must be read and applied in this context. Like the objectives and policies, the definition expresses a preference for established or existing infrastructure of regional significance, particularly airport infrastructure, with the region's significant airports being expressly named in the definition. There is an obvious logic to this in that the existing airport infrastructure is an existing physical resource, having been long established in a particular location, has required and continues to require significant investment in establishing and operating and maintaining and protecting the physical resource, performs a known role in facilitating connectivity within and beyond the region, provides known and significant community services and benefits, has known effects, both positive and adverse, and its use should be maximised for efficiency reasons. The existing infrastructure is a known quantity of provenal regional significance and benefit. This can be contrasted with potential future but presently unbuilt airport infrastructure, which is not an existing resource, is not confined to a particular location, but has locational options and choices, does not perform any role in or provide any service or benefits to the region's communities, albeit that there may be speculation about the provision of regionally significant services and benefits which may or may not eventuate, and has unknown effects, with these depending on the nature, scale, and location of the proposed infrastructure, amongst other things. Taking account of these matters, it can readily be understood why existing airport infrastructure is recognised as regionally significant infrastructure in terms of the proposed policy statement, but potential new airport infrastructure is not. The logic of identifying established but not potential future airport infrastructure as RSI is further understood when regard is had to the implications of the classification. As I've just said, the existing airports listed as RSI have long been established in their current locations. Short of uprooting to an entirely new location, with all the attendant costs and uncertainties this would entail, these existing airports have little or no choice about where they locate their activities. The RSI policy framework recognises this by providing a pathway for this existing airport infrastructure to manage rather than avoid certain adverse effects, and that's policy 13. In contrast, new infrastructure that is not yet established or built is not wedded to a particular location, but has locational options and choices, and as such, a greater ability to avoid its potential adverse effects through locational choice. The preference for existing airport infrastructure in the proposed policy statement, RSI policy framework, is replicated in the NSI definition, that's the nationally significant infrastructure definition contained in the policy statement. While the RSI definition contains an exhaustive list of existing airports that are regionally significant, the NSI definition sets a scale and use threshold at which an airport is categorised as nationally significant. Under the proposed policy statement, and also other statutory planning documents that adopt the same definition, an airport is nationally significant if it is used for regular air transport services and the aeroplanes providing this service are capable of carrying more than 30 passengers. The scale and use threshold in the NSI definition undoubtedly recognises that larger airports providing these services, which include Queenstown and Dunedin airports, but not the other airports listed in the RSI definition, have nationally significant social and economic wellbeing benefits. The word used in the definition clarifies that in order to be classified as NSI, the airport must be in use, that is, established and existing. Widening the RSI definition to include potential future unbuilt airport infrastructure, as CIAL advocates is appropriate, does not sit well with this policy framework, with its clear and logical preference for existing airport infrastructure. QAC is concerned that widening the RSI definition to include unspecified potential future airport infrastructure may weaken the protections afforded to the existing airports recognised as RSI, insofar as territorial authorities may be reluctant or cautious to afford RSI sufficient privileges and protections under their district plans, if to do so could provide a route for new airport infrastructure of an unknown scale, nature and effect to establish in inappropriate locations in the district. If RSI is not appropriately recognised at a district plan level, QAC's ability to operate Queenstown Airport efficiently and effectively may be impacted. Thus, QAC maintains that recognising the region's existing airport infrastructure as RSI is appropriate and better implements and accords with the intent of the RSI policy framework as compared with the relief that Christchurch Airport seeks. The CIA evidence and legal submissions presented yesterday suggests that without the modifications it seeks to the RFI definition, new airport infrastructure will be precluded from establishing within the region. That is not the case, however. While it would not have the benefit of the RSI policy framework, under which there is an ability to manage adverse effects where these cannot be avoided for functional, which includes locational or operational reasons, the proposed regional policy statement would not foreclose or preclude the establishment of new airport infrastructure, but it would be required to be assessed in accordance with the wider RPS framework and to address its adverse effects. This may require the outright avoidance of some adverse effects, which in my submission would not be inappropriate or unduly onerous, as new unbuilt airport infrastructure has locational options and choices available to it that existing regionally significant airport infrastructure does not. The modifications that CIAL proposes through its evidence would closely align the definition of RSI with the regional policy statement definition of NSI, insofar as these definitions relate to airport infrastructure, and that they would both encapsulate airports and aerodromes used for, actually perhaps not aerodromes, but there was some discussion about introducing that phrasing. In any case, the two are synonymous. So they both encapsulate airports used for regular air transport services by aeroplanes capable of carrying more than 30 passengers. For the purposes and operation of the regional policy statement, NSI and RSI are treated the same. They are afforded all the same privileges and protections at both a policy and implementation level. Thus, if a new airport were to establish and then be used for regular passenger transport services by aeroplanes capable of carrying more than 30 passengers, it would fall within the ambit of the NSI definition and enjoy all the same privileges and protections as RSI, despite not being listed in Limb 6 of that definition. In case there is any uncertainty in this regard, the Section 42A reporting officer has recommended adding a further limb to the RSI that clarifies NSI, as defined in the policy statement, is also RSI for the purposes of the policy statement. And QAC supports this recommendation and maintains that the modifications CIAL seeks to the RSI definition, which largely replicate the NSI definition, are unnecessary. And if I can just interpolate here and respond to some submissions of Ms. Appleyard yesterday, she stated that there are situations where NSI, airport infrastructure might be NSI, but it's not RSI. And vice versa, and that this might arise even if the cross-referencing 2 NSIs included in the RSI definition. She gave no examples of that, and I struggled to understand her submission, given the very close alignment between the wording that CIAL proposes. I can't, and she also noted that it would be a tortuous path to have to work your way through the definitions and refer back to the NSI definition when understanding what is encompassed in the RSI definition. In my submission, it wouldn't be tortuous at all. It would be a pretty straightforward exercise. So in my submission, in light of the Section 42A recommendations, the further changes that CIAL seeks are unnecessary. I also say that the modifications that CIAL seeks would create an internal inconsistency within the RSI definition in itself, insofar as only 2 of the 8 airports listed in the definition would meet CIAL's proposed scale and use threshold. The remaining 6 airports would not, as they do not provide regular air transport services on aircraft capable of carrying 30 passengers. And this could give rise to ambiguity and uncertainty in the administration of the policy statement, which is both undesirable and potentially inefficient. It can be inferred from CIAL's evidence and also from its submissions presented yesterday that its concern with the RSI definition as currently drafted, it's notified, is less with the operation and administration of the regional policy statement and more with the operation and administration of other higher order national statutory planning documents that reference the policy statement, specifically the definition of RSI contained therein. CIAL has not identified any inconsistency between the policy statement and these other higher order statutory planning documents, however, and its concerns regarding how these other documents might be applied or impact its aspirations for new airport infrastructure within the region are not relevant to the panel's determination. I submit it would be wrong to amend the policy statement for the purpose of enabling a future development proposal to circumvent the provisions and intent of these higher order national statutory planning documents. I now turn to CIAL's evidence, which makes a number of statements concerning Queenstown Airport, a number of which are factually incorrect or are taken out of context and paint only part of the picture. And so I wish to correct these to ensure that the panel's record is correct. Paragraph 62. Mr. Boswell's evidence for CIAL appears focused on establishing that a new airport in Otago will be necessary within the life of the RPS. In apparent aid of this, he identifies purported shortcomings of the region's existing airport infrastructure and makes numerous untested assertions and assumptions about the ability of this infrastructure to continue to serve the region and meet its needs, including to meet forecast growth in air travel. This hearing does not concern whether existing airport infrastructure within the region can meet predicted demand for air travel over the life of the policy statement, or whether new airport infrastructure is required to achieve this. The regional policy statement does not identify this as a resource management issue that is facing the region. Despite this, as I've said, parts of Mr. Boswell's evidence do require a response from QAC to ensure the record is correct on matters pertaining to it and to its strategic plan in particular. Firstly, however, it is necessary to address Mr. Boswell's inherent presumption that if there is demand for air travel in and to the region, then it should be met. The recently released Destination Management Plan for the Queenstown Lakes District, entitled Travel to a Thriving Future, presents a different perspective. The plan has been developed as an output of the spatial plan developed by Queenstown Lakes District Council with support of government in 2021, and has been led by a steering group comprising executive and senior representatives for Lake Wanaka Tourism, Destination Queenstown, and the Queenstown Lakes District Council, in conjunction with domestic and international experts. It has been prepared following a series of design and operator forums, community events, stakeholder input, and that includes from QAC, and public surveys to ascertain what the community wants from the visitor from the visitor industry over the next decade. The plan has been created with and for local communities in recognition of the fact that tourism takes place in and cannot be separated from the community. The plan has a goal of regenerative tourism by 2030, with the visitor accommodation of the Queenstown Lakes District reaching carbon zero by this time. The plan encourages a holistic approach to tourism and a rethink of how tourism can deliver social, cultural, and environmental benefits. This includes by looking at the holistic value of tourism, as opposed to simply looking to increase visitor numbers. A strategic pillar of the plan is to ensure resilience in the visitor economy to provide a prosperous future for business owners and staff in a way that is good for local communities and the planet. On this, the plan states, instead of presuming that more visitors will result in increased benefits, there must be careful focus on the overall value that communities and the environment receive. Yield and the holistic value of tourism will be prioritised over an increase in visitor numbers. Similarly to a business maturing from top line growth to focus on their bottom line, the destination must consider all costs and benefits. And the plan records that taking these steps will lead to a higher reputation for the district and a stronger workforce with lower turnover. The investment in a systems approach to regenerative tourism will be repaid in the creation of a resilient visitor economy that has more positive impacts on communities, the environment, and the economy. QAC subscribes to the principles of the plan and anticipates moderate sustainable growth over the life of the regional policy statement, in accordance with the community's clearly expressed desires for the visitor industry and their own social, economic, and cultural well-being. Mr. Boswell's evidence does not mention and is perhaps at odds with the plan, insofar as it proceeds on the basis that more visitors to the region is better and should be facilitated without constraint. And if I just interpolate here, Mr. Boswell made a comment yesterday about QAC's growth projections over the next decade being out of step with, I suppose, reality and what other airports are projecting. And that's insofar as QAC is projecting 30 to 35% growth over the next decade, and Mr. Boswell's statement that other airports servicing Queenstown Airport are projecting double that growth. QAC has set its growth forecast based on sustainable growth and in line with and responding to what the community has said it wants in that regard. And its growth projections are what it thinks will likely be achieved over the life or over the next decade in light of those community aspirations. Responding to some of Mr. Boswell's more specific points, and this is a paragraph by paragraph response, so it may assist to go back and read Mr. Boswell's evidence on these matters. In paragraph 25 of his evidence, he cites QAC's forecast growth over the next 10 years and records QAC's acknowledgement in its strategic plan that passenger numbers and aircraft movements growing faster than forecast could result in airport infrastructure not being provided at the right size and at the right time. It is correct that QAC has acknowledged this in its strategic plan. However, the plan also records that this risk can be mitigated by slot management and other controls. And I've got a footnote there what slot management is if the panel is interested. The point being that Mr. Boswell's evidence omits to record these available mitigation measures that would address the risk he identifies. At paragraph 26 of his evidence, Mr. Boswell claims that Queenstown Airport faces infrastructure and noise constraints that may prevent it from scaling to accommodate forecast growth, and that it has insufficient space within its current airfield and terminal infrastructure to accommodate this expected growth. While this is stated in QAC's strategic plan, it is as a prelude to recording QAC's intention to increase capacity in both the terminal and airfield infrastructure, including by reconfiguring some aspects of the airfield and expanding the terminal so as to ensure that infrastructure is delivered where and when it is needed in a sustainable manner. Again, Mr. Boswell's evidence omits reference to this important context. Later in his paragraph 26, Mr. Boswell claims that significant investment by QAC is required in order for Queenstown Airport to meet the forecast increase in passenger numbers over the next 10 years. While that may be so, the establishment of an entirely new greenfield airport would undoubtedly require considerably greater investment, a further relevant point omitted by Mr. Boswell. Still later in his paragraph 26, Mr. Boswell records QAC's recent indication that forecast demand over the next 10 years can be met within its existing noise boundaries, but notes that this relies on changing fleet types, scheduling restrictions, significant terminal redevelopment, and potential on-ground interventions. Again, this may be so, but there is nothing in Mr. Boswell's evidence or elsewhere to suggest that these changes are not achievable. Indeed, a prudent infrastructure owner will naturally invest in infrastructure upgrades and services to ensure the infrastructure meets the needs of its customers and the market into the future, just as QAC intends to do. Moreover, accommodating forecast demand within Queenstown Airport's existing noise footprint allows for sustainable growth over the life of the policy statement, while providing the community with space and time to consider the appropriate level of future growth and development of the region over this period, and the role that aviation should play in that. At paragraph 28 of his evidence, Mr. Boswell records, again with reference to QAC's strategic plan, that in 2018 QAC proposed the development of Wanaka Airport as a potential solution to capacity constraints on Queenstown Airport, but that this was challenged and there are currently no plans to upgrade Wanaka Airport. This is a misrepresentation of what QAC's strategic plan says. The strategic plan discusses QAC's land holdings near Wanaka Airport, not Wanaka Airport itself, which is owned by Queensland Lakes District Council. Any discussion about the future of Wanaka Airport should be led by the council and the community, not QAC or CIAL. At paragraph 34 of his evidence, Mr. Boswell asserts that demand for access to the Central Otago and Queenstown Lakes districts will continue to grow even if air capacity is constrained, and that doing nothing about air capacity is not an effective demand management strategy, but will cause congestion and inefficient travel patterns. QAC notes that the choices available to the panel, being amend the regional policy statement as CIAL seeks, so as to recognise and provide for future potential but unbuilt airport infrastructure, or do nothing to address demand. These choices are not as stark as Mr. Boswell has suggested, and that despite Mr. Boswell's assertions, there is no certainty and indeed no cogent evidence that predicted demand for air transport services cannot be met by the region's existing infrastructure. Maximising the use of existing regionally significant airport infrastructure is another available option to address demand, and one that the regional policy strongly encourages. And I've referenced the policies that, the objectives and policies that do that. And on this, while QAC has indicated that it will not expand operations beyond its current noise boundaries within the next decade, this is a voluntary planning constraint rather than a physical one. Significant latent capacity exists outside the existing noise boundaries, and further significant demand could be accommodated at Queenstown Airport by expanding the existing noise boundaries if there was community and stakeholder support for this. QAC further notes that a new airport venture on greenfield land in Central Otago is unlikely to be many, if any, travellers' final destination, and will inevitably lead to significantly greater congestion on the region's roads and the state highway network. Noting here the new airport in Central Otago, and at Terrace in particular, would be at least 1.25 hours drive to Queenstown on what is considered a very difficult road. And it would require very large scale infrastructure investment that is unrelated to the proposed airport venture itself, giving rise to new and different pressures and constraints on the region's existing infrastructure. These relevant points are also not acknowledged by Mr. Boswell. So, in summary and conclusion, QAC is concerned to ensure that RSI within the region is appropriately recognised, provided for and protected in the regional policy statement. This is of particular importance when territorial authorities seek to give effect to the regional policy statement in their district plans. QAC supports the identification of the region's existing airport infrastructure as RSI for the purposes of the regional policy statement. Recognition of existing airport infrastructure is logical and consistent with the policy scheme of the regional policy statement for RSI and ensures appropriate recognition for and longevity of this important physical resource. QAC is concerned that broadening the definition of RSI to include potential future but as yet unbuilt airport infrastructure, as CIAL apparently intends through its proposed modifications, could have the effect of diluting the protections afforded to existing regionally significant airport infrastructure, as territorial authorities may be reluctant or cautious to provide for and protect RSI in their district plans. When doing so, may enable new infrastructure of unknown nature and scale to establish in unknown locations with unknown effects. QAC considers the modifications to the RSI definition that CIAL seeks are in any case unnecessary for the purposes and operation of the regional policy statement, as they largely replicate the NSI definition as it relates to airport infrastructure. Airport infrastructure that satisfies CIAL's modified RSI definition would also be classified as NSI, which is treated the same under the policy statement as RSI. The Section 42A officer has recommended cross-referencing NSI and the RSI definition to avoid any doubt in this regard, and QAC supports this recommendation. And those are my submissions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Robin. There will be questions doubtless from the panel. Commissioner Sullivan to start. Not from Commissioner Sullivan. Mr. Cubic.
Thank you, Ms. Hopp. I'd have to say I'm pretty confused now. I've been in the planning game for over 30 years, and you talk about the regional policy statement expressing improvements for existing and established infrastructure. Why do you say that? Why would we have provisions if it's just about protecting existing infrastructure?
That's what I really mean by that is infrastructure that is established in the sense that it's built. It's not something that the policy statement discusses. It's protecting those resources that are there, and that's not to say that new resources can't come along, but they need to be established before they can get that level of protection that the policy statement provides RSI.
That's not how planning process works, though, is it?
Sorry, what was that?
That's not how a planning process works, though, is it? We put provisions in a plan to assess a proposal against.
Yes, correct. And what I'm saying is there are provisions in the plan in which a new proposal could be assessed against, and that is in fact the entire policy statement. But when RSI exists, it gets the benefit of a slightly more lenient framework because it's established and as I say, is of a known quantity with known benefits. So my point there is that to classify speculative infrastructure that has not yet been built and may or may not give rise to regionally significant benefits, to classify that as RSI presents some real problems and doesn't sit well with the policy framework, which insofar as it addresses RSI really does focus on established infrastructure. And as I say, that's not to say that there might not be further infrastructure established, but it needs to exist before it can be qualified as or considered RSI.
Yeah, I don't quite follow that logic when I look at the definition of both regional and nationally significant infrastructure. For example, we've had 2 days of energy companies presenting to us who are defined as significant infrastructure, and by your logic, their proposals don't qualify as regionally or national project, national significance if they're not built. So then there's no point in the whole setup of the infrastructure section to enable their development.
No, I'm not saying their proposals don't necessarily qualify, and I guess
Not built, that's what you've just said.
no, the definition deals with those somewhat differently. My submissions are really confined to how it deals with airport infrastructure, which is a little bit of a different beast, I think, and evidenced by the fact that Mr. Boswell said yesterday that suggested there's an element of competition, I guess, and where he said that really it should be that the best one wins out. I don't think you could say that about energy infrastructure, for example. It really is, it's connecting. It is a business, but it's connecting those communities. It's a resource that's there and evolving, and so it's something that presently exists, but it's evolving, and that's what the RPS provides for. But an entirely new greenfields airport, for example, that doesn't exist is something quite different. And what I say is that to recognise that in its speculative phase, because that's what the CIAL is asking you to do, to recognise that as regionally significant infrastructure, when it hasn't even been built and we don't know if it's going to have the benefits that are asserted, could have and would have the impact of the effect of enabling that infrastructure proposal to circumvent these higher order planning documents, which direct with their focus on highly productive soils, for example, freshwater issues, and in my submission that would be inappropriate, where you've got a speculative proposal which may not give rise to those benefits that are asserted, and I think that can be contrasted with energy infrastructure, which is, it's, as I say, it's there, but it's evolving. It's not something entirely new.
I think you touched on a word before, competition, that is reasonably at the forefront of this approach you're proposing. You talk about in 47 about you may weaken the protections afforded existing airports through this approach. I don't quite follow that either, because generally airports are designated, so how would this weaken any protections in a district plan that may be afforded a current?
Well, it's not just about the designation for the airport, but it's about protection against incompatible activities as well. So it's the whole policy framework that RSI has a number of components. It's providing for the RSI itself. It's protecting against incompatible activities, and also providing for some upgrades to that RSI. And the concern is that if RSI becomes, or airport infrastructure at least becomes a bit of an unknown quantity, then district councils, and particularly this district council in Queensland Lakes, where I'm sure you would have heard through this process, over 96% of the district is an outstanding natural landscape. So there are some real landscape focused protections quite appropriately and contained in the district plan. If there's the district council, when it comes to giving effect to this policy statement, it just might be cautious about how it provides for and looks to protect that infrastructure. If it doesn't exist and it doesn't know what the effects of that might be or where it might be located.
What's proposed in the RPS, though, there's quite a strong test. You mentioned all those national policy statements, and the Section 6 matters the current policy 13, that's a pretty strong test that you have to meet before you can get through that to establish. Do you not think that's strong enough?
Sorry, I don't understand your question.
Well, you're talking about suggesting that bringing this definition in would give an easier pathway. But what I'm saying is policy 13 in the current provisions, while there is a pathway, it's not as straightforward as you're suggesting. It's quite difficult because you have to deal with those national instruments. You have to deal with Section 6 matters.
Yes, that's correct. But it is slightly different and more lenient than the pathway that would be available to non-RSI infrastructure, and that recognises the fact that RSI has, and particularly for airports, established airports have really limited choices about location, and that can give rise to limited choices about effects or the ability to avoid, the inability to avoid some adverse effects. An airport, however, is a new airport is different. It isn't wedded to a particular location. I think this is the distinction with energy infrastructure as well. It probably, it needs to get from A to B, and there's probably a pathway that it really needs to take. An airport doesn't have to go at Terrace, for example. It's got a choice about where it can go, and also even within the Terrace area about where it locates within that area, whether it avoids wetlands or the like. So it does have choices there. And what I'm saying is it would be appropriate for it to be scrutinised against that the wider policy framework, which requires effects to be to be avoided, some effects to be avoided, because there are choices which mean those effects could be avoided, unlike existing airport infrastructure where it's locked into a location.
Yeah, except that those locational constraints probably aren't as significant for things that use a particular resource, so they have to be located there. There probably are still locational constraints for an airport because it will need certain characteristics to locate in the area. And on that list, I think defence facilities is listed there, and that would probably be similar. It doesn't need a particular resource to operate, but it needs a particular environment, and quite often that encompasses biodiversity, landscape values. And here I'm thinking in terms of training grounds, which maybe, and I think there's one up near Tekapo, probably in an outstanding landscape. So there is a similarity there with the defence facilities, is there not?
Well, it's quite a different infrastructure of quite a different nature. A training ground, I'm not sure I can answer that. A training ground might just be a place that's used. An airport is not a place that's used. It's a place that has a permanent physical footprint and can give rise to irreversible change.
Well, a defence facility might, though, include a defence airfield.
Well, it may do.
And the point that Mr. Cubitt's making is, defence facilities is not confined to particular sites or locations.
Well, no, that's correct. It's not. And I'd have to go back to the Section 32 evaluation to understand why that is so. It may relate to, or there may be a correlation with the benefit that is derived from that facility. Obviously, defence is a very significant matter for the nation.
Okay, I don't think I had anything further. Thank you.
You're Ms. Holt. I'm neither a planner or a lawyer. And if my planning colleague to my left is confused. I'm trying to figure out where I am because I'm totally confused. So what I want to do is just go through what I think I understand you saying, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, so that I get a better picture of this. As I understand it, an RSI is something that's defined by a number of documents, etc., whatever. And then particular facilities are identified as qualifying to be an RSI, right? And in this case, it's airports. And for this particular, in this instance, the airports are listed. Queenstown is one of them. Dunedin is another one. Blah, blah, blah. They're not. The RSI isn't defined by them being the Queenstown airport or the Dunedin airport. They're defined by them being an airport. Am I understanding that correctly?
I'm not sure that you are. They are defined as they're defined insofar as they are existing airport infrastructure resources. So it is the Queenstown Airport and the Dunedin Airport. It's my interpretation of the definition.
Okay, so any potential new airport would then have to meet certain requirements to join that list. I'm being quite simple here. I mean, that's the way I see it. Let's say there was a new airport built at Taurus or wherever, but for it to then be regarded as an RSI, they would have to meet a whole lot of requirements.
No, they wouldn't need. Well, what they would need to do is to provide passenger services, air transport passenger services for catering for more than 30 passengers. And once they did that, they would qualify as nationally significant infrastructure and would then also qualify as regionally significant infrastructure. So that's all they would need to do, would be to provide that level of service to the community, and then they'll be recognised as regionally significant infrastructure.
And then your argument is...
And Queenstown Airport, QAC doesn't have an issue with that.
All right. And then your argument is then that any new airport would have to be established before they can either apply for or be given an RSI rating, whatever the word is.
Yes, that's my submission, that they must be in existence, established, in order to be recognised as regionally significant infrastructure. Otherwise, there's speculation about benefits, and there's potential to you just relying on assertions about a new airport proponent, which may be a private entity, assertions of the benefits, but they haven't been evidenced.
Oh.
So it might be that a new airport venture applies for the necessary consents and permissions for the airport, and they say we're going to be regionally significant infrastructure, and that we're going to provide this level of these passenger services. We're going to provide regular scheduled passenger services for more than 30 passengers. So therefore, we should be assessed under the RSI policy framework, which lets us manage our effects rather than avoid those effects. And then we actually get some carve outs from these other national planning documents. And it may be that the new airport is then approved, but in fact never provides that level of service. And in my submission, that creates a real problem.
All right. Thanks for that. My only other query was going to be around the location issue that you raised, which Commissioner Cubert's already discussed with you, but it still confuses me as to why any new airport would have a greater license or greater freedom to roam the country, as I see it, than an existing one. Your premise is that if Queenstown Airport wanted to change locations, its freedom to find a new location isn't as flexible as it might be for anybody else wanting to. That's how I understood you to be saying. And have I got that wrong?
No, I think that's correct. And insofar as my interpretation, my understanding of the definition as it relates to airports is that it identifies existing physical resources. So they're built and they're there in a particular spot. If QAC, as in Queensland Airport Corporation, sought to establish a new airport at a different location, but it was to be operated by QAC, then it wouldn't qualify as regionally significant infrastructure, because the definition identifies existing physical resources.
Okay, thanks so much.
I'm struggling to understand why paragraph 55 and 56, you say QAC supports the recommendation by the section 42A report officer that a further limb is added to the RSI definition that clarifies NSI is also RSI. And you outrightly say QAC supports this recommendation. And when you look at the definition of nationally significant infrastructure, it is not limited to existing infrastructure at all. It's just any airport. So you're supporting, it seems to me, and I may be wrong, you're supporting the very thing that you're then trying to argue against.
Well, no, I don't think that's the case. And that, firstly, what I'm saying is that in light of that, or with that amendment in place, the further amendment that CIAL is seeking is unnecessary because it effectively does the same thing. But what I also say is that the nationally significant infrastructure also requires it. So it doesn't, it goes broader, it goes further than the RSI definition, in that any airport could qualify. It's not just those listed in the RSI definition, not limited to those. But what I say about the definition is, again, it requires that airport to be in existence, not proposed, and that it says any airport, but not its ancillary commercial activities, used for regular airport transport services by aeroplanes capable of carrying more than 30 passengers. So what I say is that requires it to be in use and existing. And so certainly there's nothing to, what I say is in the current framework as recommended to be modified by the section 42A officer, Mr. Langman, there's nothing in the current framework that would preclude a new airport from being recognised as NSI and RSI where it meets that threshold. But the point is that it needs to be established first. It needs to be in use, and it needs to be demonstrating that it's actually providing that level of service. And then it becomes RSI and NSI, and it gets all the benefits of the policy framework. And what I'm saying is that what I understand Christchurch Airport to be seeking is to go further than that and to provide for speculative new airport proposals to get the benefit of the NSI or the RSI framework. And so when they're in their planning and formative stages, and they may or may not ultimately provide that level of service, so that air transport service capable of carrying 30 passengers, it might be that they might never ultimately provide it. But what CIAL is saying is that they should be recognised as RSI through that planning phase nonetheless. And I say, well, that's where some real concerns arise. So I might not have expressed that very clearly, I guess. And to sum it up, I think that what I do struggle with somewhat is that the amendments that CIAL is seeking, which is effectively something very similar to what's in the NSI definition, I can't see that they do what it wants, and that again they use the words that the airport is used for, and I say if it's used for, it must be in use, it must exist. It's not proposed to be used for, which is what my submission you'd need to include in the definition in order to capture a speculative airport.
Mr. Cubitt's really probably gone over with you the issues of preference that you've argued for, But I do struggle with trying to see how objective 4 and objective 5, and when you couple them with policies rather 12 and 13, when the objectives don't use don't distinguish it at all between existing and new, and yet 12 and 13 specifically refer to new infrastructure. I do struggle with how you get a preference for existing out of that framework.
Well, I think those policies that you're referring to there are focusing on infrastructure, not RSI. And when the provisions that deal with RSI generally reference existing RSI or NSI. Well, P12 doesn't quite rightly, rightly as you say. But again, this comes back to, I suppose, the nature of the infrastructure. So I think that what is encapsulated in the RSI definition, there's a range of infrastructure types with different characteristics, natures, and requirements. And yeah, what I'm as I say, a new airport has a significant infrastructure and has a significant footprint and has locational choices available to it. If I take you back to the questions I posed at paragraph 26. So what I struggle with is if a potential, and this is if we look at paragraph 25, if a potential new airport that is still in its conceptual or speculative stage, planning phase, is considered as RSI on the basis that it intends to function as RSI, which as I understand it is what CIL is seeking, well then you need to ask the question, well, when is that RSI status conferred? Is it when the idea of the new airport is first conceived on the basis that the proponent of the new airport intends for it to function as RSI? Or is it when an application for the new airport is formally made under the Resource Management Act and the proponent asserts that the new airport will function as RSI? Or is it when a decision is made under the RMA that confers the necessary planning approvals for the airport to establish, and even then I say, well, what would be the basis for determining the proposed but unbuilt infrastructure as RSI? And what I'm getting at there is that CIAL's relief would allow for something to be recognised as, or sorry, their intended relief, the intention of their relief would allow for an airport proposal to be recognised as RSI on the basis that the proponent for the proposal asserts that it will be.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that?
If you look at all of the types of infrastructure that are described, roads, electricity self-transmission infrastructure, renewable electricity generation facilities, defence facilities, telecommunication, all of them are really just provisions to enable infrastructure which the country will need as it develops, and you need to assess the effects of putting that infrastructure in place. And you can only do that if you're assessing the effects as being in future either nationally or regionally significant infrastructure. I can't see a difficulty with that.
What I would say is the other listed infrastructure in the RSI definition is infrastructure of a particular type, whereas the amendments that the Christchurch Airport is seeking would provide for infrastructure of a certain scale, and the scale, whether the infrastructure would meet that scale, depends on how ultimately. You don't know that until it's established and in operation. and it might be that it never meets that scale, but it doesn't provide that level of benefit. But in the meantime has been recognised as RSI, and
that's a matter of evidence in any case, in any of those facilities, whether it be roads, whether it be electricity transmission, whether it be telecommunications. It's all going to be a matter of evidence as to whether these are the projections, these are the as to demand, these are the effects of putting the infrastructure in place. That's going to occur in every infrastructure development. And for example, I think, and I don't want us to get hooked onto the tariffs issue. I think it's irrelevant for us. It really is for us a matter of deciding, should we have in place enabling infrastructure provisions in a regional policy statement for wherever there might be a need arise. And for example, and I don't know, we don't have to decide this, but for example, if climate change was to have effects on Invercargill, or particularly for us, Otago's main airport at Dunedin, who knows? That all depends on the amount of sea level rise. But what you need to have in place is an enabling framework that enables infrastructure to respond. And that's, as I see it, as far as we can go. We can't get tied up in the tariffs thing. That's, to me, it's an example that can be used, but it's not one that we can decide or should even be remotely decided. But having said that, I do have one question that I want to ask you about the QAC land holdings that you referred to. At Wanaka, I'm Marlborough, so I'm unaware of whatever might be the position. What land holdings are held by QAC there?
QAC owns, I'm not sure the acreage, but it owns quite a substantial amount of land around Wanaka Airport, and just for context,
and presumably acquired for potential airport development purposes.
Yes, if you're not, I don't think it's relevant here, and as you say, nor is tariffs, and I agree with that. But just for context, I guess, in the context of Mr. Boswell's evidence, QAC obtained a long-term lease from Queensland Lakes District Council to develop Wanaka Airport, and that lease was challenged by the community and ultimately cancelled by the High Court, I think, and QAC accepted that. So the matter is, and the reason it was cancelled was because of the proper process to grant it wasn't followed in the High Court's view on the District Council's part. But because that long-term lease was cancelled, the future development of Wanaka Airport by QAC, I suppose, has not progressed. But QAC does own land around Wanaka Airport. However, Wanaka Airport is itself still presently owned by the council, and the community in this neck of the woods has very strong views about airports. And as I've alluded to in my submission, QAC seeks to respect those views and to work with the community, and so and to be led by the community as to the growth it wishes to see and where it wishes to see it. So QAC does manage Wanaka Airport for the council presently.
The reason I asked that question is just that I'm just intrigued as to why QAC is so concerned about some other development, whether it be at Terrace or wherever it be. Is it a competition issue?
No, it's not a competition issue. As I've said, the concern here is what it might mean for the policy framework and those lower order planning documents and the district plans in particular. if RSI airport infrastructure is somewhat open-ended, what that might mean for how the territorial authorities come to give effect to the RPS in their district plans, and whether they express some caution with providing for and protecting RSI.
Final question, just if your paragraphs 59 through to 61, and I accept that you were advancing an inference, but you didn't actually specify what were the higher order national statutory planning documents that you were inferring.
Yes, well, Mr. Bonis addresses these in his evidence, so I do have a footnote there, and I reference paragraphs 58 and 59 of his evidence, and he references the MPS for freshwater management, and he specifically references the provisions for wetlands there, and he references the MPS for highly productive land.
Right. Okay.
And what he says is that those high order statutory planning documents would challenge any new aviation infrastructure within the region. And what I say there is they wouldn't challenge, they wouldn't necessarily challenge. It would depend on the location that was being pursued for that new infrastructure. And that's where I come back to my point. Well, new infrastructure does have locational choices, so it would be appropriate that that they adhere to those higher order national planning documents.
Thank you, Ms. Watt. Thank you very much. Are there any other matters from your viewpoint?
From mine, no, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Page, we'll have a break for a cup of tea. So we'll see you at about 11:05. Morning, Mr. Page.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I've decided, having listened to the exchanges this morning, to take a different approach. You have my legal submissions. I don't intend to address those directly. What I want to do is to actually go to the provisions and explain to you how we understand them to work. And if I'm right, it might resolve the difficulties. So I understand that you have a February version, which I don't have in front of me. I have the 31 October version of the provisions. But as far as I understand, in relation to this part of the RPS, it kind of remains the current one that you're still working off. I think this, Mr. Anderson.
That's my understanding.
Yes. So if we can come to probably page 200, which has at the top policy 11. And policy 11 is specific that it relates to the operation and maintenance of existing infrastructure. Policy 12 is explicit that it relates to the upgrades to existing and development of new infrastructure. Policy 13 is explicitly relating to new infrastructure. What policy 13 does not do, and is of interest to Dunedin International Airport Limited, is deal with potential for conflict between infrastructure. And why that's important for Dunedin Airport is to understand that its interest in all of this arose during the preparation and pursuit of the Smooth Hill resource consents, which was about 4.5 km from the runway. And for reasons that Mr. Bonus explained yesterday, who was the planning expert for Dunedin Airport in that case. No, actually for Dunedin Airport in that case too. And Dunedin Airport's concern was to ensure that the policy framework recognised the airport and the avoidance of effects on the operation of the airport from the establishment of new infrastructure. Now, as it happens, with that specific project, we've resolved that difficulty, we've settled that problem. But it does give rise to a concern from Dunedin Airport that the policy framework is clear, that if there is to be the establishment of new infrastructure, whether it's nationally significant infrastructure or regionally significant infrastructure, it really doesn't matter to Dunedin. It's the idea that if you are a piece of NSI, the policy framework is clear about what happens when there is potential conflict with the establishment of something new. It might be a new piece of national grid, it might be a new state highway, it doesn't matter. I'm not engaging in the tariffs debate, that's not for us to worry about here. It's a question of what does the policy framework say about the potential for conflict? And the important heavy lifting in terms of that conflict is actually in policy 15.
Before you go on with that, that's changed significantly. So I'm hoping that your version is the same as it, well, in terms of what was notified.
Yes, so what I have is policy 15 has now been tracked in the document that I have as a result of the 42A report, or has there been a further update to that?
No, it hasn't. So as is black underlined with the 3.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, so that's what I'm working on too. And the interpretative question is when we look at the proposed wording that is now there, protect the efficient and effective operation of nationally significant infrastructure and regionally significant infrastructure by, and it's an avoidance policy, so it's directive, avoiding activities that may. So the question in Dial's mind is are the activities that are being referred to activities that may or may not be, once they are established, in NSI and an RSI in themselves? My submission and my interpretation had been, yes, they are. And so this is where, in the event of conflict, Dial's understanding was the policy has a preference for the protection of existing RSI and NSI over the establishment of new RSI and NSI in the event that there is a conflict that qualifies under each of those 1, 2, or 3 headings. Now, we say that because if the establishment of new infrastructure it must be something that is in itself an activity of that policy. And so if that is the intent of the drafting, that even the establishment of a new item of nationally significant infrastructure is an activity where those effects which are listed are to be avoided, then Dial's quite happy with that. Because that's where it says existing infrastructure is protected from the creation of something new that might give rise to a conflict, even though the something new might in itself be an RSI and an NSI. And if that's the intention of the drafting, then Dial need not have any concerns about the inclusion of airports as might have been contemplated in Mr. Bonis's evidence yesterday. Because the question is, does something new conflict with something that exists? And if that's the function of policy 15, is to manage that conflict in preference to that which exists. So I'm sorry I haven't addressed my legal submissions. I'm happy to answer questions about it, but really I felt that all the confusion from this morning.
I think the way you put it this morning is a rather sensible response by, I suspect, a senior practitioner who see a bit of writing on the wall, and I think the way you've expressed that in relation to that policy 15 is very different and understandable. But anyway, I shouldn't preempt the comments that others might have. So, were you at the end of your?
Yes. I mean, if my understanding about the intention of that drafting is the common understanding about what the purpose of the exercise is, then Dial's mission is accomplished.
Right. Any questions? No? Alan, any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Phil. I think largely it is, but obviously we're here to consider those issues out. In your, and I refer back to your legal submissions, I guess, in using the airport as an example, is your concern around, because normally these sorts of provisions deal with a direct impact on something that you kind of physically can see. So you're going to compromise and need to have to go up there and upgrade the transmission lines, or using the landfall effect on the understanding of that. It's probably that word efficiency and effective operation. And I don't want to use the word competition, but is there an element of concern around that in terms of if we're weakening the I guess the market, you're spreading it too thin, and suddenly we're not protecting that infrastructure, so it's no longer viable. Is there some concern around that?
The short answer is I don't know. I guess it's a bit like the supermarket wars cases where trade competition gets dressed up as a retail allocation issue. Something different. There's a couple of things which are occupying Dial's mind, one of which is a sort of a direct issue around airspace control and about the extent to which a new international airport might result in constraints over at an aviation regulation level over where aircraft can go or not go. Particularly aircraft are traversing over a new airport site that doesn't exist currently. So there are civil aviation issues around that, which we simply just don't need to know about. There's also perhaps a longer term, perhaps more speculative interest in carbon allocation. We now have a piece of legislation which requires New Zealand to hit net zero by 2050. Which does rather suggest that hard carbon limits are contemplated by the legislation and how the market for carbon might work if there's new infrastructure that has a substantial carbon footprint. We don't know a bit how that's going to work, but that's a potential issue.
Yeah, I guess my question is around, because the normal approach to these things is that efficient and effective operation is from a direct physical sort of impact rather than that wider thing. So I can't answer that from a legal perspective of how that might work or how the council might have a response to that. But the other thing about that provision, which is slightly concerning, is they're using the word avoiding in the context of something that may. Is that an appropriate test when you're using that? Is may an appropriate test when you're using an avoidance tool? Surely it would have to be clear that you're going to have an effect from this piece of infrastructure. Which probably goes back to your concern over the uncertainty around the rules.
Yes. I don't think there's a legal difficulty with the use of the word may in relation to an avoidance policy. It creates a very high bar for the policy. And the question about whether that's deliberate or not is a policy one rather than a legal one, I would have thought.
Yeah. I know you didn't go back to your read your legal submissions, but there were a couple of points in there that I just wanted to, well, I tend to agree with your comments around P12. And you touched on the carbon's emission issue.
You mean in relation to whether the infrastructure is efficient?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, with the departure of His Honour Judge Jackson from the bench, we have rather less jurisprudence on what efficiency means in relation to proposals than we used to. But that does seem something of a rabbit hole.
Yeah, and it kind of relates to how 15 operates. Probably just a comment in relation to P14 where you picked up the ultra-virus nature of that subclause 2. My understanding that that's come out of EPS for electricity transmission. So it specifically applies to Transpower and no one else. That policy that's been pulled into there.
Yes.
So you're saying that that's not appropriate in the wider application of that's not appropriate?
Well, I guess what I had in mind is suppose Dunedin Airport were to exercise its designation to extend its runway, that would inevitably involve regional consents of some kind. What mitigation would Dunedin Airport be required to implement in relation to its existing activities in return for regional consents to extend its runway, when the existing effects are already lawfully part of the environment? I couldn't see how, unless there was some kind of issue around cumulative effects, where the cumulative effect of the extension was not going to be acceptable unless you remediated something else. I can kind of see how that might work, but that's quite a confined set of circumstances. It did strike me that a policy that required somebody using resources to remediate something that they're existing lawfully doing is perhaps an overreach.
Yeah, it does come out of the NPS, and that's why I asked the question, because although it's a land use scenario, so the environment's slightly different, and you jump into the fresh water, which is not subject to this hearing, but there is restoration clauses in that. And we've heard evidence that, well, it's virtually impossible to, for example, the Clutha hydro scheme, to restore that system.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, to take an example, at the present time, Dunedin Airport has a wastewater treatment plant that discharges water into the main drain that reaches contact recreation standard. If the runway was extended and that policy was relied upon to say, well, you've got to remove that wastewater treatment plant now and do something else, I would have thought that's improper. So I'm just trying to understand, what does it mean by utilising the opportunity to reduce adverse effects that results from existing infrastructure? That does seem not as focused as it might be if its justification is from an NPS that relates to specific activities.
yeah, can plan provisions override case law or an existing environment?
Well, Section 108AA of the Act still requires conditions to fairly relate to the activity which is being sought. And so if a condition of a consent, for example, were to seek to manage something that's really got nothing to do with the activity that's being sought, I would have thought it's inviting the consent authority to impose something that's unlawful.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know.
I think, Mr. Page, you probably might have anticipated that your second part of paragraph 20 of your submission would raise eyebrows slightly, or certainly question whether an issue of competition, which we're bound by section 61.3, as you know, not to have regard to, arose. You've rather cleverly done the supermarket type approach this morning and identified other issues, but I just wanted to draw attention to that when I read that last night, I circled your wording of if there was evidence of serious incompatibility that served to constrain either of the existing NSI airports, and that was against a background where you were commencing the sentence of tariffs has the benefit, etc. And I was struggling with how can this be anything other than a competition issue?
Well, I mean, it depends on the nature of the constraint. If the constraint's commercial as opposed to physical, that would be a different matter.
Right.
But I don't want to.
So you accept that if the constraint was commercial, then 61.3 is bar to us responding to that.
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah, right. Okay. Now, look, the way you presented it was pragmatic this morning, and thank you very much.
Thank you for hearing.
Thank you. Do we have Pauline said?
I've just advised them 10 minutes ago, and so they should be online in the next minute or two.
Okay, thank you.
Should indirectly thank you, Mr. Page, for letting Kate go to Christchurch, and now we've got her down here helping us. She's marvellous. I know you probably didn't want to let her go.
As I'm sure Kate's explained, she was poached during Plan Change 7. So.
I didn't say
I
post.
didn't realise you and Mr. Page. We've been. So this is the boss.
It's the committee.
He was.
Former.
Okay,
I know that you'll be very well served.
indeed, very much so.
Thanks all.
Thank you.
Yeah, cool.
Legally, well, legally. Yeah.
Oh, there we are. There we are. Good morning, Ms. Wolf.
Good morning. Ms. Ford will start today, so.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. We'll crack straight into it, shall we? I appear here, my name is Ms. Ford, as you know, and I appear here with my junior, Ms. Sharting. So hopefully, I see Kate handing out some hard copies at the moment, but we sent through our legal submissions this morning. And so these are made on behalf of Horticulture New Zealand. And as you already know, we've been presenting our legal submissions in two parts, with the first part being the overview and general submissions, and the second part being topic specific, today, energy, infrastructure and transport. We have run through everything that we need to at this stage for that part one, so we'll move straight into part two. And then following legal submissions today, you will hear from Leanne Roberts, who will provide industry evidence, and then you'll hear planning evidence from Ms. Wharf.
Thank you. Thank you. That's good.
So moving straight into it, as noted in her evidence, Ms. Wharf states that much of the existing lineal infrastructure in the Otago region is located within rural areas, some of which passes through property owned by growers. In her evidence, Ms. Wharf generally supported the notified version of the pORPS in relation to objectives EIT INF 04 and EIT INF 05, which sought that infrastructure be integrated in the region to support the economic activity and growth and people's well-being. Therefore, the approach Ms. Wharf seeks in responding to the specific submission points on infrastructure is that there is a need to balance to recognise the key contribution of infrastructure, but also recognise the ability of others to undertake their activities for the well-being of society. Ms. Wharf sought to specifically respond to submissions that sought to limit activities on the basis of reverse sensitivity or the potential for there to be incompatibilities with infrastructure. In her evidence in chief and rebuttal evidence, Ms. Wharf sets out her professional opinion on the implementation of the NPSET, NPS REG, and the NPS HPL throughout the pORPS document. These legal submissions are designed to support Ms. Wharf's evidence, and in them we consider the interplay between the NPSET, NPS REG, and NPS HPL. Port NZ does not seek to elevate the interests of its grower members above those of the infrastructure providers or other sectors. As noted in Ms. Wharf's evidence, growers are completely reliant on the infrastructure sector and recognise that the needs of energy, infrastructure and transport are vital in supporting theirs and the broader communities within which they are located. It is the position of Port NZ as articulated in Ms. Wolf's evidence, that some of the requests of submitters within the energy sector are seeking protection and provision for their activities that go beyond what is provided for by the NPS-ET and NPS-REG. Therefore, it is the submission of HORT-NZ that it is important that the hearings panel carefully consider the interplay between those three NPSs, and that's what the remainder of these submissions discuss. Firstly, looking at the NPS for electricity transmission, and in relation to the nationally significant infrastructure and regionally significant infrastructure. Just to help, I am at paragraph 14 of my submissions. The status of nationally and regionally significant infrastructure has been a topic of several submissions, in particular relating to policy EIT INF P15. The Section 42A report, along with submissions from other parties, suggested numerous amendments which substantially strengthen the protection provisions within this policy and strengthen the requirements on avoiding reverse sensitivity effects. While HORT-NZ acknowledges that a regional policy statement may impose more stringent measures than required by an NPS, it is important that such implementation does not occur to the detriment of other nationally and regionally important considerations, including those in the national policy statements, such as highly productive land. HORT-NZ opposed changes in submissions which sought to strengthen the requirements on avoiding reverse sensitivity activities, a position which is supported by Ms. Worf in her evidence. Ms. Worf discussed how the strengthened provisions of policy EIT INF P15 is an inappropriate application of the NPS-ET and goes beyond the intention of that policy statement to the detriment of other considerations. Ms. Worf notes that NPS-ET policy 10 is not an absolute avoid policy. Rather, it is that decision makers must, to the extent reasonably possible, manage activities to avoid reverse sensitivity effects. It is HORT-NZ's position that the wording of policy 10 clearly not only allows, but requires decision makers to take into account other considerations. In short, it is our submission that the implementation of policy 10 of the NPS-ET through EIT INF P15 should not lead to an absolute avoid policy as sought by some submitters. As in Ms. Worf's opinion, it would be based on an inappropriate interpretation and application of the NPS-ET. Turning now to the national grid, policy EIT INF P16 is the main policy that gives effect to the NPS-ET and provides for the national grid. HORT-NZ submitted that EIT INF P16 be changed to remove reference to electricity transmission because it is, by definition, inclusive of the phrase electricity transmission. Reference to the term national grid is clear and precise, and as noted by Ms. Worf, it is all that is required to ensure that the pORPS policy is consistent with policy 11 of the NPS-ET. Now moving to the NPS for renewable electricity generation, and I'll just note that typo there at the top of the page 4 should be electricity generation, not energy generation. At paragraph 20, policy EIT EN02, renewable electricity generation, provides for activities that generate renewable electricity within the Otago region. Energy providers such as Contact Energy and Trust Power sought changes to the wording of this policy to strengthen the provisions made for renewable energy generation. And I've just set out there Contact Energy's original submission on this, which I won't read through. So the rationale for changes like this from submitters is that it reflects the objectives of the NPS-REG. However, in our submission, the wording sought goes beyond what is provided for in the NPS-REG. The NPS requires the recognition and provision for activities which generate renewable energy. However, it does not inherently seek to protect those activities. Policy B of the NPS-REG enables decision makers to consider a number of matters, including that maintenance of existing power generation may require protection of assets, operational capacity, and continued availability. Though the word protection does occur within the policy, it must be taken in the context it is used, which is that maintenance of existing power generation may require protection of assets, not must. The wording does not, in our submission, apply to the broader sense of a general protection of all renewable electricity generation. HORT-NZ submitted that to effect such a change in policy EIT EN02 goes beyond what the NPS REG provides, that renewable electricity generation should be recognised and provided for, not protected. This submission is supported by Ms. Wharf and her evidence. Moving to the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land, which is of particular importance to HORT NZ. It is the appropriate recognition of highly productive land within pORPS. Much of the existing energy, infrastructure and transport network within the region exists within and alongside rural areas which growers rely upon for food production activities. There is a concern that stringent protection policies for energy and infrastructure in the pORPS may result in, albeit inadvertently, adverse impacts on growers by reducing their ability to utilise such land to the application of pORPS at the district level. Language is very important, and being clear about what is protected, why it is protected, and the basis upon which it is protected must be clearly articulated in this regional policy statement. Further to this, land use capability 1, 2 and 3 land is inevitably going to be more suitable for infrastructure, including transport, because it provides flatter areas of land upon which to build new structures. It is much easier for such infrastructure to be built on these locations. If this was to occur, it would restrict the productive use of highly productive land for food production purposes. And this is a direct interaction with the NPS HPL, which requires decision makers to ensure highly productive land is appropriately utilised for production purposes. HORT NZ, among others, submitted that certain policies in this chapter be amended to reflect the NPS HPL. These cover policies, and again, that should read A, B, C, not C, D, E. But firstly, EIT INF P13, subclause 1, EIT INF P16, subclause 5, and thirdly, EIT EN P4. Ms. Wharf supports these submissions in her evidence, noting that recognition of highly productive land is particularly appropriate following the gazetting of the NPS HPL. In short, the NPS HPL is now in effect, so to the extent that there is scope to do so, then it should be given effect to, at least in part. To conclude, HORT NZ supports the recognition of the energy and transport sectors within the EIT chapter of the pORPS. However, given the geographic overlap between areas of highly productive land and areas which are suitable for infrastructure, the needs of each industry may at times conflict. HORT NZ seeks to ensure that the implementation of the NPS ET and the NPS REG do not occur at the detriment of other industries, such as horticultural primary production. Striking a balance between these interests will ensure the economic, social, and wellbeing needs of people and communities is appropriately provided for. Finally, HORT NZ seeks that greater recognition needs to be given to the NPS HPL. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Maybe some questions from the panel.
Yeah, and I thank you. No questions for me. I do have some questions for your witnesses. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Ford. My questions may actually probably be more appropriate for Ms. Wharf, but I'll ask them anyway, just to sort of set the scene. And firstly, around policy 10, we've actually just had a bit of a discussion around that issue. I'm talking about policy 10 of the National Policy Statement, which is reflected in, I think, is it 15? 15. Yeah. So I take your concerns to mean, when you look at that policy, it's widened. Firstly, it's not just about reverse sensitivity. Secondly, it's using an avoidance approach when there may be an effect. And thirdly, it's got that provision around foreclosing the opportunity to upgrade and develop that infrastructure. So I guess And it's probably more for your experts to put your concerns in context around that, because I'm trying to work out how that impacts on operations that adjoin those. And I guess in this context, it's probably more the lineal stuff, your Transpower and your distribution networks. So there's corridors that are required, but there's also the need for access into those infrastructures and how that's provided for. So that's probably not really a question, but it's sort of setting the framework for the evidence. Did you have any comment on that and how that framework is set up? And you say that you can go further than the NPS, but I guess what you're saying, you're going too far.
Yes. I will let Ms. Wharf talk to that a bit more, and Ms. Roberts is also able to provide that grower context for what the practical implications of this are. But I guess my initial comments are that the policy says, to the extent reasonably possible, manage the activities. And for us, if you go into saying avoiding these activities at the regional policy statement level, that then could have inadvertently quite strong flow-on effects into what rules and lower level policies made through district planning documents, for example. And so while there might be circumstances where it is appropriate to avoid those effects, that's a discussion that we submit should be had in context, potentially at the district level, but at this regional level, saying avoid is too strong because it might preclude other national policy statements or other considerations being given effect to at a lower or district level. But Ms. Wharf will be able to expand on that as well.
Yeah, I guess, and that's the useful context of what we're talking about will come from your experts. So thanks for that. The only other thing I had was around the EN02, and it's the reference to the generation capacity. And again, this is possibly an evidence thing, but I'm trying to put that in context of where that might be a concern and why. When it's the generation capacity, and that would probably have to be when relevant when something is established. So it's probably already spatially defined. Or are you reading that differently? Are you reading that as that it's perhaps the resources that these things may use, we might have to protect those so we can add other costs so we can utilise that resource in the future, which is an argument you quite often get from the mining companies, access to resource.
I'm afraid you've lost me a little bit, sorry, Commissioner.
Well, what is protected is the generation capacity of those activities. So I'm trying to understand why that would be an issue when that objective is probably going to apply to something that's established. So how would increasing or protecting the generation capacity of say an existing hydro or a wind farm, how is that going to impact on your client's operations, I guess, when it's already probably spatially defined?
Yes, I think Ms. Wharf and Ms. Roberts will be able to provide the more on the ground context of that. But HORT-NZ's submission on that was that the protection, by protecting it at this stage, went too far, and that it needed to be in the context of the policy and not applied in that broader sense for renewable electricity generation activities, and that the NPS REG in this case was recognised and provided for, as opposed to a protection.
But like your previous comment, I guess there is scope within the RPS to actually go beyond the RPS in that sense.
Yes, there is scope for it. I just urge the panel to consider what flow-on effects the stronger language at an RPS level might have. And so while the RPS is required to give effect to the national policy statements, if stronger language is used at this regional level, it could have inadvertent effects later down the track trying to implement it, or to even give effect to other national policy statements at that lower level. For example, if we're protecting the national grid at a regional policy level, that might prohibit or make it much harder for a council to then give effect to highly productive land, the national policy statement for highly productive land, because there's this regional policy statement that says to protect the national grid, which might be inappropriate in particular circumstances. And so if there's a case for the protection, then it's definitely an option to protect it, but our submission is that that should be at the district level and context specific, as opposed to a broad overarching protection at the or avoidance policy at this regional policy level.
Okay, thanks for that. I'll wait to hear the sort of context around that concern from your witnesses. Thank you.
I've really just got one question put to you, Ms. Ford, and it relates to your paragraph 22, 23, where you're challenging really the level of protection that that the generators were advancing was contained or is contained within the NPS on renewable energy electricity generation. And I just noticed that you haven't referred at all there to policy D of the NPS, which is the one relating to reverse sensitivity effects, and that does seem to be directive to avoid reverse sensitivity effects on consented or on existing renewable electricity generation activities. Is there any reason for leaving that reference?
No reason to not mention it, sorry, Commissioner. I guess my response is that policy D is also, to the extent reasonably possible, manage activities to avoid. And so it's that same consideration that while the RPS could go stronger and just have a blanket avoid policy, the NPS REG, that policy D, doesn't actually require a blanket avoid policy. It is to the extent reasonably possible, and the consideration of that I submit should be in context of particular situations, and that detail can't necessarily be achieved through an RPS and should be undertaken at a district level.
All right, thank you for that, and thank you for your submissions.
Thank you very much. You will now hear from Ms. Roberts, who is our industry representative, and just given the nature of the conversations that you've been having over the past few days, we thought that Ms. Roberts could provide a high level context and to help answer some of your questions as well. So she'll provide that grower context in light of the conversations that you've had and what this actually means practically for growers on the ground.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is Mr. Walker.
So, Ms. Roberts, we're with you now.
Did we have any?
Kia ora, everybody. So just reiterating what Ms. Ford said, I'm hopefully going to provide a bit of context about what this translates to for growers and give some insight there. So just further context from the Horticulture New Zealand and grower perspective, given those discussions, there are growers in Otago, in particular in Central Otago, that do have lines infrastructure on their properties, and we are aware that growers in these situations have experienced issues and tensions managing the balance between all of these things. So we're involved in the energy infrastructure and transport hearings because provisions seeking restrictions on third-party activities have the potential to impact horticulturalists. It's particularly relevant to the provisions for the national grid and electricity distribution lines. Growers do have to comply with NZECP 34/2001 New Zealand Electrical Code of Practice for electrical safe distances and the electricity hazards from trees regulations of 2003. That latter one is currently under review. So in addition, Transpower seek provisions in district plans to implement the NPS ET by establishing a national grid yard that is 12 metres from the centre line and 12 metres from the foundations of a national grid tower or pole. So this means that there's a minimum of a 24-metre wide swathe in which restrictions on activities would apply. So if an activity is not permitted, it generally defaults to being non-complying. In the Central Otago context, this would include structures such as hail or bird netting, and these are important for fruit production. Horticulture New Zealand has negotiated provisions with Transpower that provide for some structures and want to ensure that such an approach continues. Another activity which Transpower seeks to limit in the National Grid Yard is irrigation infrastructure. So in some plans, it's thought that a network utility operator for irrigation would require a non-compliant consent to have canals or infrastructure in the 24 metres of National Grid Yard. And given the importance of irrigation in Central Otago and the network of national grid lines in that district, this can be quite an issue and could affect the operation of orchards. Many are located on highly productive land or land which is quite productive in that area. Horticulture New Zealand's had a long established relationship with Transpower on the implementation of the NPS ET and has been involved in district plan development in areas where horticulture is undertaken. Ensuring discussion can occur at the district plan stage is really important to ensure that provisions are relevant to the district and they don't foreclose on growers' activities unreasonably. Horticulture New Zealand does have a memorandum of understanding with Transpower that forms the basis of the provisions that are sought in district plans. However, over time, there has been some instances of creep or divergence from this and how the provisions apply. And so Horticulture New Zealand wants to ensure that the Otago Regional Policy Statement enables discussions at that district plan stage and that they can occur. If the RPS is absolutely directive, then we don't have any ability to have those discussions. So therefore, Horticulture New Zealand seeking a framework in the pORPS that gives effect to the NPS ET by ensuring that district plans are able to develop provisions relevant to their area and activities that are undertaken. In future district plans, consideration will also need to be given to the National Policy Statement for highly productive land, and no discussions have yet been had with Transpower on that issue. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Robertson. I think it was helpful to clarify for us a little bit more the areas, well, where those tensions can occur. Just looking through your evidence to see, I think I had something in there, but so just clarifying that 24 metres is coming through from the National Environmental Standards. Is that correct?
Lynette might be, or Ms. Wolf might be better placed to answer the exact things where that originates from.
Yeah.
No, it derives from policy 11 in the NPSET, where local authorities must consult with the operator of the national grid to identify an appropriate buffer corridor. And it's the 24 metres that Transpower have been rolling out around the country to meet policy 11.
Just making a note of that. So policy 11 of the NCT. Yeah. Okay. And so, so within that 24 metres, your understanding is pretty much any activity within there is going to require consent. What to what, I mean, and again, Ms. Wolf, you're on the screen now, so maybe this is a question for you, but it might come back to Ms. Roberts. What sort of activities do comply? Well, what can be done in that 24 metres?
Ms. Wolf will probably be better placed, but generally any activity within that area defaults to being non-complying.
So anything?
Any buildings or structures, fences up to a certain height are permitted and is set back from the tower or pole. And Hort New Zealand has negotiated provisions for crop support structures. That's the structures that crops grow on, which is relevant to Otago with vineyards, that they can be within a certain distance within that 24 metres. So there are some things that have been negotiated that can happen within that 24 metres, but in particular sensitive activities would automatically default to non-complying. Buildings and structures for particularly for larger structures such as greenhouses or milking sheds would be non-complying. So yes, it's quite a restrictive regime that's sought.
Okay, I might pick that up again soon. Thanks.
Thank you. I think most of my queries around that have been answered, but just in relation to cropping, and I'm probably thinking more of obviously horticulture, fruit trees and so forth. They're not like they used to be in the old days, big massive old trees. They seem to be grown along lines, like apple trees are almost grown like vineyards, grapevines nowadays. Is there any concern around that in terms of height of your actual crop in those zones? Are they being constrained, or is it just the infrastructure that supports them?
There's impacts across the board, but I mean, as you say, there has been a lot of advances in how growers choose to grow, and tree maintenance in particular and orcharding is a major part of the craft and the skill required in that type of horticulture. So tree maintenance and being very aware of their sites and everything around there is quite a big consideration for growers. They're very practical and pragmatic like that.
Yeah. So in terms of, so I understand the colours around the lines, and you may still be able to operate your horticultural venture around those, but what about around the structures themselves where they may need access to them? What sort of constraints happen around those?
Lynette may be better to answer, but there is the practicalities of if you have a big piece of infrastructure that people need to be able to access it, and you need to enable access for those structures to be maintained, and that does have an impact on what you can do and your operation and how you set it up. But Lynette will probably be able to provide a little bit more context around that.
Yeah, so Hort New Zealand's view is that Transpower should negotiate an access agreement with growers because they're going over their private property. And part of the reason why Transpower want the 12 metres is for access to a structure for maintenance. But the rules that have been put in place in the district plan for permitted activities, one of the provisions is that the activity does not impede access to the structures. So certainly that access issue is reflected in rules and district plans that have been developed.
Yeah, I guess that would have significant issues for the landowner as to how that access is provided. I sort of understand that I think anything that was established pre-92, speaking directly about Transpower's protected by the legislation. So that would be a voluntary arrangement that Transpower would get involved in with an access agreement unless it's post 92. Is that correct?
I think that is correct. Certainly it's the Transpower have what they call LOLOs, land offices, in various regions, and one of the things that Hawke New Zealand has always advocated is that the relationship with Transpower through those land offices is really important in terms of how the ongoing relationship is managed. So that's outside the scope of a district plan, but it's a really important part of the package.
Okay, thank you.
No, I didn't know.
Ms. Roberts, the 12 metres you said from the centre line, so it's 12 metres either side of the centre line. Is that the position?
Yes.
And just based on the experience in Marlborough in terms of crop structures for cherry trees, and cherries are a major industry now in Central, they're still pretty substantial in Marlborough. I don't know if they've changed down here, do they? In terms, when I say substantial, I'm meaning high. They're high.
There's been a big growth in summer fruit, which encompasses cherries in the last few years. And so there's been a lot of diversity in how those orchards are set up and how those trees are trained. So we are seeing systems that are sort of semi-covered, which is one type is called Cravo, or upright fruit sort of shooting, so they're a bit more trained. So not necessarily just that traditional sort of vase structure of pruning, although there is some of that around, but we are seeing a lot more contemporary or newer methods which affect how high a tree goes, or the structure that they're going to follow for setting up their orchard. But yeah, the more recent ones do tend to follow quite different approaches. So not just that traditional one. Yeah.
Right. So those I take it have a lower profile.
They can do. Yeah.
And so the structures, whether it be for hail or bird netting, can be lower with that type of development.
Each orchard has their own approach for like growing methodology, and these structures will be appropriate for whichever methodology that they're following. So some of the modern ones may have lower if they're choosing to keep their trees lower and train them in certain different ways, or it'll be appropriate to however they've set their orchard up.
I could just add there that some of the structures are only semi-permanent, like they might pull the cloth back during winter so it doesn't get damaged by snow and things like that. So they can be cleared back from the National Grid yard if need be.
No, look, thank you, Ms. Roberts. That's been helpful. So Ms. Hawke, we'll turn to you now. Thank you.
Thank you. I've prepared a statement, but I'm not going to read it all.
You'll now hear in a bit more fuller.
Sorry, we've got two people talking over each other at the moment. So
Sorry.
Who's going first?
Sorry, I didn't realise Miss Ford was going to introduce me, so sorry I started. But
So I'm going to assume.
So you have I've prepared a summary statement, and I'm not going to read it all, but it does set out about my evidence in chief and my rebuttal, and the relevant parts of my rebuttal, and also the matters in relation to energy and infrastructure that I sought changes in my appendix 1 of my evidence in chief. Perhaps if we go to page to number 5, The submissions on the chapter highlight tensions that exist between different activities that interface with energy, infrastructure and transport, and a range of expectation. The pORPS is fundamental to how such tensions will be addressed in regional and district plans by providing the overall framework for how such activities coexist. And what I'll do is mainly address some of the issues that have emerged during the last couple of days of hearing. And one of these has been around the architecture of the plan, where there's been quite some discussion about the provisions for energy and infrastructure and whether they should be in one location or separated into separate activities. The generators seek bespoke provisions because of the NPS-REG, and that renewable generation facilities are in a set location. Both the national grid and electricity distribution lines are linear, so the question is whether they should be provided for in the same policy framework. In my opinion, the national grid should be separate so that the NPS can be explicitly given effect to without blurring the lines with other infrastructure. An example of this is the mixed approach in Policy 15, which I discussed below. I support the separate provisions for electricity distribution lines that Mr. Langham included in the supplementary 42A report. Such approach enables a clear focus on those lines and the need to adequately provide for them in the pORPS. So therefore I support the more bespoke provisions for the various activities rather than locating them all together. In my rebuttal evidence, I address the issue of infrastructure that seeks to be included as regionally significant infrastructure. I understand the reasons why such status is sought to ensure that there is a consenting pathway for those activities. I consider that the resolution does not lie in including more activities in the definition of regionally significant infrastructure, but rather addressing the underlying issues of providing a pathway for those activities. And therefore, to that extent, I support the changes that Ms. Justice has sought specifically to provide for electricity distribution activities, particularly significant electricity distribution infrastructure through an effects management regime. In my evidence in chief, I sought that all references to electricity transmission be amended to national grid as a commonly used term, is clear and avoids potential confusion with electricity distribution. And I note there's still a mix of terminology, which you did discuss yesterday. My position is that where electricity transmission means the national grid, then national grid should be the term that's used. EIT INFP 15. In my evidence in chief, I sought a revised policy for reverse sensitivity EIT INFP 15. I opposed the redrafting in the section 42 report as it applied NPS policy 10 and 11 to all nationally significant infrastructure and regionally significant infrastructure, even though there had been no section 32 analysis as to the appropriateness of that approach. In addition, the inclusion of a protection policy and the use of a void is more stringent than the NPS-ET, and then applied across all nationally and regionally significant infrastructure. In my rebuttal, I opposed wording sought by Ms. McLeod, which sought an absolute avoid. I do not consider that the NPS-ET policy 10 provides for an absolute avoid, with the Auckland Council versus Transpower case describing the policy as relatively prescriptive, but not absolutely prescriptive. In rebuttal, Ms. McIntyre for Kaitahu also opposed Ms. McLeod's wording, and I've put in there an extract from Ms. McIntyre's rebuttal evidence. I concur with Ms. McIntyre and consider that their various amendments to the policy have sought to significantly strengthen the policy beyond the notified intent and so has become unworkable for other parties. EIT INFP 15 is critical to how district plans will give effect to the RPS Port New Zealand has been a submitter on national grid provisions in both Dunedin City and Central Otago district plans and sought a policy framework that enables reasonable use of land in the vicinity of the national grid while recognising the need for Transpower to operate the national grid. As outlined by Ms. Roberts, Port New Zealand has established an agreed position with Transpower, which is recognised in a Memorandum of Understanding. If the pORPS adopts the policy sought by Ms. McLeod, this would undermine the agreed position and lead to more stringent provisions in district plans, thereby limiting even the use of further use of rural land within the national grid yard. This is particularly relevant in Central Otago, where there is highly productive land that also needs to be provided for. I note that Ms. McLeod seeks the amendments to address two elements in policy 10 of the MPS, reverse sensitivity and direct effects. The policy I seek in my evidence addresses both elements to recognise and provide the efficient and effective operation of nationally significant infrastructure and regionally significant infrastructure by ensuring that sensitive activities that give rise to reverse sensitivity effects are avoided to the extent reasonably possible, and ensuring that activities do not compromise the functional or operational needs of the national significant infrastructure and regionally significant infrastructure. Such a policy framework more closely aligns with policy 10 of the MPS. My preference would be that the policy would only apply to the national grid, with other significant infrastructure being provided for separately to the national grid. In terms of renewable energy, Ms. Ford's outlined concerns about the use of the protection within the objective. I've listened to the evidence of the generation companies and the need for their activities to be adequately provided for and to give effect to the MPS REG. I consider that the change to the objective is aligned with the MPS REG and will not undermine the provisions that the generators seek to provide for generation activities. In terms of electricity distribution networks, Mr. Langman has recommended that a new policy, EIT ENP 10, be included for electricity distribution networks, along with methods to support implementation of the policy and a definition for significant electricity distribution infrastructure. I support the inclusion of those provisions. However, I do not support inclusion of SEDI as regionally significant infrastructure. But I do support the new effects management regime for electricity distribution infrastructure as sought by Ms. Justice. I consider that such an approach retains the intent of the provisions in the partially operative regional policy statement, which were agreed by the parties after extensive mediation and meetings. It is important that there is a consenting pathway for electricity distribution infrastructure, and what is sought by Ms. Justice achieves that outcome. I also support a carve-out or standalone provisions for electricity distribution, as this provides a clear distinction from the national grid provisions and neatly contains all relevant provisions for electricity distribution. Therefore, I do not support the inclusion of significant electricity distribution infrastructure and other policies, but rather that all provisions are located in the standalone provisions. This is the format used in the partially operative RPS, and I see no compelling reason to change from that structure. In my evidence of chief, I sought that reference to highly productive land be included in a number of policies, set those out there. Such additions would ensure that highly productive land and the MPS HPL are considered in the context of the policies, and this would assist in giving effect to the MPS HPL. So happy to take your questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wolf, for starting. Commissioner Sullivan.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Wolf. Your summary was quite helpful and has actually covered off a few of the questions that I had. Just at the beginning where you were talking about the infrastructure and energy provisions being split altogether. It seems that we've got a sort of subset of that as well with renewable electricity generation and electricity transmission. Your preference, I'm taking from what you've just been saying, is that you'd like the electricity transmission to be separate from the renewable electricity generation.
Yes, I think there's scope for the renewable generators provisions, specific provisions for the national grid, and specific provisions for the electricity distribution, and then other provisions that address other infrastructure, including that anything that then is nationally significant or regionally significant.
Okay. And just so I'm clear on that, you're saying in here that your proposed wording for INFP 15, I'll just find that. Your preference is that applies to electricity transmission.
Yeah, to the national grid. That's my preference because it's closely aligned to the MPSET. I think the policy that was originally in the RPS about seek to avoid would be appropriate for nationally significant infrastructure and regionally significant infrastructure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you were listening this morning, but we've also had submissions from it was from Dunedin Airport on that too, that they thought that was quite restrictive. So yeah. I'll just check it up. I thought I had a question in here as well. I think I'll leave it there for now. You've covered off my points, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd reiterate Bianca's comments there, Ms. Wolf. Your summary is always very helpful, and in this context, it's really quite useful. You're not involved in the infrastructure companies, but you're looking at it as a user, so you see it quite clearly, and that's quite useful from our perspective, I think. Just on that policy 15 in your redraft.
Yes.
Obviously, you have left out the proposed subsection 3 about foreclosing opportunities, etc., to upgrade the infrastructure. I'm just wondering, in a practical context that you may have seen or could have envisaged, how that, under the proposed one at the moment, might be invoked. I guess it relates, it's probably structures or something like that, but have you got any examples that you could give us there where that may become an issue if that was kept in?
Well, if an orchard activity was to be foreclosed because Transpower might put another national grid line through somewhere in the future, then that becomes quite an issue. If a line's not designated or something, you know, how would that policy be applied?
What appears to me is that the policy is operating the other way around, that the infrastructure is existing and you can't do anything that may foreclose the opportunity to upgrade or develop that piece of infrastructure. So I'm just wondering how that would occur. What examples there may be that kind of relates to your concern also, because those definitions apply to renewable energy, and you have concerns around and I've lost it, but
The
you would have my
objective?
questions to Ms. Ford around the concerns you had there around the use of protection and where appropriate, increase the generation capacity of those facilities. I'm wondering how those two things work currently, and what your concern would be around there, where, when, for example, if you took a renewable generation activity, it's already spatially defined. What would the concern be there?
I'm not involved in the fresh water provisions, and this isn't about fresh water in this hearing.
Well,
but,
no, okay, think of it in the context of a wind farm.
So if a protection was to then want to set a priority for water allocation, then that could be a consequence of the policy.
Yeah, well, okay, what about a wind farm?
I don't think that would affect horticultural activities to the same extent, because wind farms are usually on fairly elevated sites where you wouldn't have an orchard locating. So I don't see a tension potentially with wind farms.
No vineyard options in some of those areas?
I don't, I'm not familiar with the nuances of where vineyards have located in central Otago and don't represent them, but potentially I don't know.
Yeah, well, okay, so that, in terms of that concern with objective 2 in O2, you're really coming from that, from a water allocation issue, which is probably outside our scope in this hearing.
Yes, it's outside the scope of this hearing, but it does set a framework for provisions for generators that may emerge during the water hearings.
Yeah, so we will have to, this is the problem we face, because I thought you may be going down that path, and we're going to have to think about that. If we were the same panel, that panel would have to think about that provision, wouldn't they?
I would expect so, and that's why I think that minute about consistency across the two different parts of the plan raises some really valid points.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Your summary was very good, so I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nor do
Ms. Wolf, just before I ask you any questions, I just want to get clear from Mr. Langman. I haven't got a clear picture in my mind, and you probably mentioned it somewhere in your report, but I just can't pick it up. In terms of your position on the inclusion of city as regionally significant infrastructure.
Yes, I think it's a
Sorry.
So I think I can't recall if I just have to jump back as to whether I support it in terms of by supplementary evidence, but I'm fairly certain that I didn't include it.
No, I was looking at your evidence in front of you. I was just looking at the supplementary evidence. You refer to submitters seeking that, but then at paragraph 30, in the second sentence, but then when I looked through, as Ms. Wolf was giving evidence, I couldn't see that you'd responded to that.
Sir, if I could assist in the red line version of the RPS, which includes all the recommended amendments, it's not included in the definition of regionally significant infrastructure.
No, that's what I noted. So your paragraph 38 is responding really to the requests by submitters who sought that inclusion.
Yes, that's correct.
Rather than a position Mr. Langman has recommended or not.
That's right.
Yes, that's correct. Sorry if that wasn't clear.
Oh, no, that's right. That's right. I just want to be clear before I went on to ask you why did you adopt that stance? I'm just wondering whether or not you seem to otherwise be supportive of the inclusion of the definition of significant electricity distribution infrastructure. The word significant appears. It's fundamental, and you make that point, and so does Ms. Ford in an opening, that it's fundamental to the operation of your horticultural plants. Is it not regionally significant?
Well, it comes down to what are the criteria for what is regionally significant, and there hasn't really been a clear exposition of what those criteria are, and in the Section 42A report, and I think that probably needs clarity. Well, what are the triggers that something becomes regionally significant? Until I see clarity on that and a Section 32 analysis to support that, I don't support the inclusion.
Right, so the reasons for your not supporting it are the lack of criteria as to what is a regionally significant piece of infrastructure.
That's correct. And with the set of standalone provisions that addresses the concerns of the electricity distribution networks, the need to be included as regionally significant infrastructure somewhat abates, especially if you include that effects management hierarchy that Ms. Justice has sought, because their real motive for wanting to be regionally significant was to be able to get a consenting pathway and circumvent some of the very restrictive provisions if you aren't regionally significant infrastructure.
Right. I don't think I have any other questions, Ms. Forth. Everything else has been addressed, and you always express yourself clearly, so thank you very much.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for the panel and your time.
So, Ms. Ford, that concludes your presentation.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Does that conclude the day?
It does.
Gives us
Oh,
a-
we're not hearing from any.
No, no. Gives us a chance to
Very
catch up with some
clear,
reading, so
clear.
that's
Yeah,
good.
you-
Thank you.